Mara's heart thrashed with a cacophony of emotion. The harsh words, the venom in Lucian's eyes, the bitter truth that the man she once loved had become a stranger. It all looped in her head like a reel she couldn't stop. She had wanted him close, but today when he came close, it was only to wrap his hand around her throat. His fingers still pressed into her neck, and her breath came thin and ragged. "So, you'd rather kill me than get divorced, Lucian?" she asked. Tears burned, but her gaze stayed steady, disappointed. Yes, but unwavering. Not afraid of him, not anymore. "I won't sign them. Do whatever you want," he said, releasing her. She slid down the wall and crumpled to the floor. She tried to stand, but her strength bled out all at once, leaving her limp. Then his voice cracked across the room like a whip. "Leave. Take these before you leave." He thrust the papers at her, the divorce agreement she had brought. His face twisted with an animal anger. Pain pulsed behind her eyes as she looked up at him. The suffocation, the betrayal, the sheer cruelty of it all crashed over her. "Lucian, so you stooped to abuse me, huh? You'll regret this one day," she whispered. Her throat refused more words, but her eyes said everything. Cold judgment he didn't understand. Her body gave out. The world went black, and she hit the floor. Lucian stood over her, chest heaving, the room closing in. The weight of his actions settled like stone across his shoulders. Had he gone too far? What had he just done? Did we just hurt the woman who gave birth to our pup once? Emerald rumbled in his mind, regret seeping through the words. She deserved that, Lucian snapped back at his wolf. Who asked her to bring up the divorce? The last flicker of Emerald's regret went dark. From the void of her consciousness, something ancient surged. Zoya, the wolf in Mara, rose with a silent roar. Her eyes snapped open, sapphire blue ringed in a searing red, power radiating through every muscle. The docile Omega was gone. In her place stood a warrior forged from hurt and fury. Lucian felt the shift. He spun, eyes widening at the sight, at her speed, her presence, the chill that crawled up his spine. He was an alpha. He answered in kind. Emerald surged forward, vast and commanding, his dominance filling the room. He dwarfed her in form, but those eyes that blue-rimmed with ember red stared him down and set a tremor deep in his soul. The air crackled between them, a taut wire of will and warning. You don't get to decide Mara's life behind closed doors anymore, Zoya growled, voice low and steady. Her gaze never left Emerald's. Whatever she chooses, it is not yours to control. Stop interfering, stop interrogating her, and sign the divorce agreement as soon as possible. You cheating bastard. Emerald's eyes narrowed, but before he could answer, Zoya turned and walked away, leaving behind a stunned alpha and a room humming with unspoken threats. Lucian's thoughts tangled into a knot. Her transformation, that frightening resolve, those blue eyes edged in fire. The woman he had dismissed as weak was suddenly a force. Congratulations, Lucian, Emerald said, almost pleased. You can rid yourself of this weak Omega now. Lucian's eyes darkened. An ache he couldn't name clawed at his chest. It's not that simple, he muttered, the admission tasting like ash. He didn't want her to leave, didn't want her gone. He still wanted her. God help him. Mara's awareness drifted back by inches. Her body ached. But warmth pressed at the edges of her mind, Zoya steady as a hand on her spine. Have you made a decision? Zoya asked, voice gentle but firm. Yes, Mara said, breath evening, resolve settling. I have decided. I will support you. No matter what, Zoya promised. Strength rooted itself in Mara's chest. Quiet, certain, hours blurred. By the time she returned to the hotel restaurant, the din of silverware and soft conversation felt distant, like she was walking underwater. Owen was there, the same mysterious man from the bar. His eyes flashed with surprise, then concern as he took in her pallor. She set down the last tray at her table, then crossed to him with urgency, written into every step. "What was wrong with that cocktail?" she asked, voice tight. "Tell me." Owen hesitated. He saw the desperation in her eyes and gave in. "I noticed the color was off on the top layer," he said quietly. "And it smelled like summer scent. It's an aphrodisiac. I went to the bartender to ask what was going on, but I didn't expect you and Lucian to actually drink it. There's no cure for summer scent except to release desire. I left after confirming your relationship." Mara's mind snagged on each word, slotting pieces into place. If Lucian hadn't shown up and taken that drink, if only I had, then something might have happened between me and someone else, she murmured. That would have enraged him. And the only people who benefit are the ones who were there that day. Her eyes widened. This is a real conspiracy. "Do you have anyone in mind?" Owen asked, watching her carefully. He'd expected tears. Instead, she was dissecting it piece by piece. "You say that like you don't?" She shot back. He huffed, a soft chuckle. As the day wore on, the realization settled. This was bigger than her. Twists lay ahead, and with each one she would get closer to the truth. Her choices, her actions, her very breath were threads tugging at a tapestry that had only just begun to unravel. With Zoya beside her, she wasn't alone. Together, they would cut a new path free of the old chains and expectations. The chapter with Lucian might be closing, but another was opening, one threaded with possibility and a stubborn kind of hope. She lifted her head. The unknown waited, and she was ready to walk straight into it. "Well, why are you here?" she asked Owen at last, only then noticing the attention she'd drawn. "I'm here with my pals," Owen said, nodding toward a nearby table. At that table, a young man and woman whispered over their glasses, eyes pinned to Mara as if she might vanish if they looked away. They kept saying she looked like someone they knew too well. Who were they? And what did they know? Did Mara have anything to do with them? Only time would tell. A young man and woman drifted toward her table, bright-eyed and buzzing with curiosity, as if they'd seen her before. "I'm here with my pals," Owen said. His friends tugged him aside, whispering, "She's not her. Trust me," he murmured. "Introduce her to us," the woman urged, excitement bubbling in her voice. "She's working," Owen tried to reason. "Are you going to introduce her or not?" she pressed, lips pushing into a pout. "No," Owen shot back, just as stubborn. "Fine, brother." She sung syrupy sweet. Owen faked a gag, and she swatted his arm. "You're so mean. Owen, do your friends need anything?" Mara stepped up with a polite smile. She'd been watching this group for a while, had even caught Owen's fake gag. A pang tugged at her. Jealousy. And longing. She wished she had a circle like that, but she didn't. As a child, her status kept people away. After marriage, her husband and the elders hid her away. With the way things stood, she wouldn't be surprised if she stayed hidden from the Lethe pack for the rest of her life. "Owen, I can't believe it," the young man blurted, eyes wide. "She looks exactly like the picture of your mother you showed us once." Robert's gaze had followed her from the moment she walked in. Not out of interest curiosity. She was the image of Owen's mother, young and laughing in that old photo. Owen chuckled, eyes warm. "Yes, Robert. I thought the same when I first met her. If I didn't know better, I'd have mistaken her for my sibling. Anyway, Mara, this is Robert and Lily, two of my dearest friends. I hope you don't mind me saying it, but the resemblance is uncanny," he said with a smile. Mara studied Owen for a beat. Their eyes similar, but plenty of people shared features. Her eyes widened as it clicked. So that's why Owen had been so attentive the other day. Why he'd stepped in when she reached for that drink. He'd been watching her, in a different way. A brotherly way. For a heartbeat, she wished he actually were her brother. What a pity. She was an only child. "No offense taken," she said, offering her hand to Robert and Lily with a bright smile. "It's nice to meet you both. I'm glad I met Owen, and now you. It's a pleasure. I must admit this is quite a coincidence." Lily's eyes sparkled as she shook her hand. "More than a coincidence. Feels like fate brought us together." Owen grinned, thoughtful. "You know, I was a little scared of you at first." When we met, I thought you were a ghost come to haunt me. They laughed at the absurdity, the moment knitting them together. Under the soft glow and easy banter, the sting of Lucian's cruelty eased for Mara, just a little. Fine, I'm a ghost here to haunt you, she intoned, voice low and spooky. Now hand over all your valuables. Transfer everything you own to my name. Also, send me 5 kilograms of chocolate and 10 of desserts. Lily, Robert, and Owen burst into louder laughter. I must say, Owen, she really does resemble your mother. Even her humor, Lily grinned. Such a pity, but no wonder you hit it off with her. She's hilarious. Mara laughed with them, warmth settling in her chest. But part of her wished she could see the woman they spoke of. Owen's mother. Would she look like the woman in the locket Mara once found in her own mother's drawer? Across the room, Miss Chaparral, her manager, stood with arms crossed, glare sharp enough to slice bone. A chill rippled down Mara's spine. Anyway, guys, we'll meet again. Next time invite me when I'm not working. My head is trying to kill me with those looks, Mara said, drawing a line across her neck with a grin. Fine fighting, Lily cheered, shooing her back toward the floor. If you need anything, just ask. See you, Mara told them before slipping away. We'll meet again, Lily waved, beaming. Mara flashed a wide smile in return. She was glad she'd met them. For a while, the memory of Lucian's earlier cruelty loosened its grip, and her heart felt lighter. They look good and pure, Zoya murmured in her head. I wish I could be friends with them, Mara answered silently. But they're from another pack. Such a pity. Who knows, fate might surprise us, Zoya said. Hope so, Mara replied. As the night thinned and guests drifted out, the restaurant glowed gold and quiet. Her new acquaintances headed off with promises to meet again soon. Then, just as the laughter faded, another presence cut through the calm. Camila. She sauntered over in a sleek red dress, a smug curve to her lips and narrowed eyes that glittered with something mean. How was your night at the bar? Camila purred, faux concern dripping. I heard you had quite the adventure. Mara's gaze sharpened. Instinct prickled. The memory of the treacherous cocktail, the aphrodisiac, and Lucian's cruelty flashed like a blade. Camila, were you behind it? She asked, voice tight with anger. Did you orchestrate that vile scheme? Camila's smile widened, careful. What are you talking about, dear Mara? I simply asked about your night. That was all it took. The truth clicked into place. Mara's doubts solidified into certainty. Your ruse didn't work, Mara said, patience burned away. Whatever your plan was, it failed. Try something like that again, and I won't overlook it. You won't tear me down. Don't forget, I'm the Luna, the rightful wife of the Alpha. You don't get an official title unless I agree. You'll leave as a petty mistress. Camila's face drained. The smugness cracked. Disbelief bled through. I don't know what you're talking about, she hissed, voice trembling with contained rage. But watch your words, Mara. You don't know who you're dealing with. She spun and stormed out of the hotel, fury snapping at her heels. She'd gone to great lengths to acquire the summer scent, to plot, to scheme, to drag Mara down, and yet she'd failed. Outside, under dim streetlights and sweeping stone facades, Camila's resolve hardened. She would not be defeated. Mara would pay for her defiance. Camila would claim what she believed was hers. Her thoughts raced plans, counterplans, each sharper than the last. The game was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. Power, love, identity, all on the line. In her heart, Camila knew she'd crossed a line. There was no turning back. Her obsession with Mara had taken root. She would stop at nothing. I'll tear you down, Mara, she muttered to herself. Soon I'll be Luna. You'll disappear from this world. With me on your side, it's easy, Maya. Camila's wolf purred sly and sure. Yes, with us. She'll no longer be Luna, Camila thought, almost giddy. Back in the soft glow of the restaurant, Mara stood taller. Betrayal, deceit, cruelty, she'd survived them all. The path ahead was uncertain, maybe dangerous, but she was ready. Her connection with Owen and his friends, Zoya's steady presence, and a strength she hadn't known she possessed, would guide her through what came next. The world had become a battleground. and both women were already moving their pieces. Mara's hotel was the one contracted to arrange and cater the event. Naturally, that meant Mara was part of the summit too. Finally, the day arrived. The sun dipped low, and the shoreline transformed into an idyllic venue. Elegant draping and lanterns fluttered in the sea breeze, while tiki torches cast a warm glow over the guests. Laughter mingled with the heady scent of a feast being prepared. Waves whispered against the sand. Lucian moved through the crowd with effortless command, his charisma drawing every eye. He looked every inch the confident organizer, every inch the alpha. Then, amid the sea of faces, his gaze caught on one figure, Mara, his wife. Now just staff. Their eyes met. For a heartbeat, everything stilled. Mara's chest ached with longing and loss. Lucian's face remained impassive as he looked away. A lump rose in Mara's throat. The distance between them felt colder than the ocean air. He ignored us, Zoya said, flat, unimpressed. Aren't you used to this already? It's not the first time, Mara replied, trying to breathe. Back then there was no Camila. Now she's here. People will mistake her for Luna. I won't be surprised if she frames you and gets you banned, Zoya muttered. Mara said nothing, because Zoya was right. She could already hear the whispers Camila, the mysterious Luna. I think she's the Luna of our pack, someone murmured behind her. I heard she just returned. If she just got back, how did she handle pack matters all these years? Another asked. Well, we have an alpha. He might have covered everything, a third added. Maybe. I heard she was a good ballet dancer. Maybe she went to succeed in her career and returned to be our full-time Luna. A fourth offered. Maybe, the first one said. She's so hard-working, the third chimed in. I'm sure she'll do better for our pack. The second concluded. Tears stung Mara's eyes. Not even a whisper of credit for the work she'd poured into this pack. How cruel of you, Lucian. I thought you just felt guilty for bringing a third person into our marriage, but you wanted her to be the face of Luna while I worked like a donkey. Am I this useless to you? Bitterness flooded her mouth like salt water. Camila Lucian's mate sauntered over, triumph gleaming in her eyes. Lucian doesn't even acknowledge you, does he? She purred, voice slick with contempt. Her eyes narrowed, cold, reptilian. Mara's jaw tightened. That's none of your business, Camila. Camila laughed, a grating, brittle sound. Oh, but it is. I'm his mate now. You're nothing. The words hit like a slap. Mara's breath hitched. Camila drank in her distress, proud and preening, her gaze brimming with demeaning delight. Mara turned away and walked toward the drinks area. Good riddance, Zoya snorted. I feel the same, Mara breathed. We don't need to look at that scumbag's face anymore, Zoya added. Yeah, I feel at peace not seeing them, Mara said, letting the surf and torchlight steady her pulse. In a quieter stretch of beach half-shadowed, away from the crowd, she found Owen, a friend, an ally. His warm smile eased something tight inside her. He wasn't from this pack, she knew that much, but with him she felt safe. She wondered if Lily and Robert were here too. I wish Lily and Robert were here, Zoya sighed, echoing her thoughts. I wish that too. But what can we do? Mara said. Sigh, it's boring. Why not take a leave today? Zoya asked. You think they'd give us leave? Mara arched a brow. Indeed they wouldn't. The summit's important, Zoya said, resigned. At least we saw Owen. I'm glad he's here, Mara murmured. Zoya hummed in agreement, and their conversation ebbed away. Mara, Owen exclaimed, genuine warmth in his voice. You're a pleasant surprise. Owen. She softened a little. I needed to get away from the crowd. He studied her face, the set of her shoulders. What happened? He could see it, stress coiled tight in her. Sadness threading her expression. A desperate urge to escape this place. She stayed, quiet. Mara, aren't I a friend to you? Tell me. What happened? He asked gently. She lifted her gaze, almond eyes, big and wet with unshed tears, pure open and drowning in pain. Grief, endurance in justice. Owen's chest tightened, something protective rising fast. Brotherly, fierce. She sighed, shoulders slumping. Lucian is here with Camila. Her voice was low and cracking. Hurt bled through every syllable. Anger flickered in Owen's eyes. I wonder what Lucian is thinking. Bringing Camila here, while his wife stands in the crowd like she's a stranger, Mason growled in Owen's mind. I wonder too, but leave it. It's not for us to probe. We don't know the full story between them, Owen said. I know, but I'm angry, Mason snapped, seething. Calm down, Mason, Owen warned. Mason retreated, reluctant, still simmering. Owen felt the heat of his wolf's rage and realized his own pulse was thundering too. That must be hard, he said quietly, voice roughened by understanding. You have no idea, she whispered. Color flushed her cheeks as tears spilled anyway. She pressed her lips together, futile. Every time she saw them together, something inside her cracked a little more. Sadness, anger. Anger at herself for being too weak to do anything. His hand settled gently on her shoulder. I'm here for you, Mara. You're strong. You'll get through this. She leaned into his touch, grateful. Thank you, Owen. That means a lot. They talked politics between packs, the tangled relationships, the careful dance of alliances. Owen's presence soothed her until the tightness in her chest eased. She was glad. She didn't see Lucian or Camila again after that. Well, why are you here? She asked midway through, curiosity cutting through the haze. I'm the heir of the glitter pack, he said with an easy shrug, sipping his drink. I'm invited here by your husband. What? Mara blinked, stunned. She'd known he wasn't simple, but heir to the glitter pack, she hadn't expected that. The glitter pack had been the top pack in the werewolf world once. After Lucian became alpha, he pushed the Lethe pack to the top, leaving glitter behind. They didn't cooperate. They had differences. Still, in public, they wore friendly smiles, cordial for the crowd. Mara's expression tightened, complicated. Owen's identity was a shock. And yet, the night had more surprises to come. An old woman suddenly rushed toward them, eyes wide with recognition. Scylla, my dear Scylla. Confusion crashed over Mara. I'm sorry, but my name is Mara. The old woman's face fell, tears welling instantly. No, it's you, my Scylla. You've come back. What are you talking about? Mara asked, her voice trembling. The woman smiled through her tears, joy trembling in every line of her face, as if some deep bond tugged between them. Mara stood frozen, utterly confused, awkward under the weight of the moment. She hadn't expected anyone to come here and call her Scylla. When she wasn't. She looked at Owen, questions brimming in her eyes, wordless, pleading for help, but the woman's sobs sliced through her thoughts. The sorrow carved across her face was so raw that it tugged at Mara's own heart. Ma'am, Mara began, gentle but steady. She opened her mouth to explain, but the old woman cut across her. My dear Scylla, finally I saw you. Her voice softened, tears tapering. You're just like your mother. I missed you so much. Why did you hide from me for so long? My child, you have suffered. You're thin. Let's go home. I'll cook all your favorites. The way she spoke made Mara think of her own son, Silas. If she ever found him again in this world, she would be like this too. She swallowed hard and met the old woman's eyes. Her voice stayed soft but firm. I wish I were Scylla for your sake, ma'am, but I'm not. My name is Mara. The woman blinked, hope and heartbreak warring in her eyes. She hadn't expected that. After so many years of searching, how could she let go? Scylla, are you angry with me or with them? I'll teach them a lesson. Don't be like this. Let's go home, she pleaded. Mara had no idea how to untangle it without hurting her. Seeing those tears made her chest ache too. I wish you were Scylla, Mara. For her, Zoya whispered inside, voice thick with sorrow. Zoya wept. Silas wasn't only Mara's son. He was hers too. When Silas died, Zoya had been lost in grief for days. And now, this woman stood in that same pain, pulling them back to all they'd lost. I wish it too, Zoya. But we know the truth, Mara answered inwardly, a sad smile ghosting over her lips. She drew a tissue from her bag and held it out. Please, don't cry. Here, use this. When the old woman didn't move, Mara stepped closer and gently wiped her tears herself. At the tenderness of her touch, the old woman whispered, even if you're not my Scylla, you're every bit as kind as she was. Mara exhaled and glanced at Owen, helpless. She needed an explanation, but his eyes mirrored the same helplessness. She opened her mouth to speak. Before she could, Owen stepped in, voice warm with empathy and threaded with grief. Grandmother, I wish with all my heart that Mara was Scylla, but she isn't. She has her own family, her own story. Don't put her in a fix by calling her Scylla. The old woman's gaze flicked between them, her lips trembling. But she looks so much like her. My Scylla. Are you really not my Scylla? She asked, almost in a whisper, as if a different answer might appear if she tried again. Mara nodded. No, she wasn't Scylla. Owen's grandmother broke into fresh sobs. Mara's throat tightened. She wanted to tell her it would be okay, and so she did. She pulled the woman into her arms. It will be fine, Mara murmured, holding her close. One day, you'll find your Scylla. The moon goddess won't wrong you. In her embrace, the old woman slowly quieted. The warmth of Mara's hug steadied her breath. But Mara's face, her gentleness, still brought Scylla flooding back. Owen guided his grandmother away from prying eyes, giving her space to breathe. Mara watched them, her heart heavy in ways she hadn't expected. I want to stay with her for a few minutes, the old woman said, glancing toward Mara. Of course, Mara replied softly. Are you hungry? I can get you something. I'm helping with the food. With Mara's gentle company, the old woman found a bittersweet calm. After a while, Owen led her away to rest. Owen returned, concern etched along his brow. You have no idea how much you resemble Scylla, he sighed. My sister, she disappeared when we were kids. We followed every lead, every corner of the world. Nothing. You're the spitting image of Scylla, and of our mother. It's no wonder grandmother was so sure. Mara hadn't expected it. The glitter pack, once the pride of the werewolf, world carrying a lost child. Shock and disbelief flickered over her face. How many days, years of searching? Her heart went out to him and his family. As a mother who had lost a child, she understood. She shook her head slowly. Owen, I'm so sorry. I never knew the glitter pack carried such a heavy burden. My heart understands your pain and your family's. He lifted a shoulder, pain shadowing his eyes. Every pack has its secrets. I wish you, your family, and your mother a happy life. One that can finally forget this pain, Mara said sincerely. Why are you sad for us? Owen asked, noticing the grief in her eyes. Because I know the pain of losing a child, she said. Exhaling long, Silas flickering through her mind. Owen didn't pry. He saw enough in her expression to change the subject. They drifted into other topics, talking until time blurred. The buzz of Mara's pager cut through their conversation. Owen, I have to go. Duty calls, she said, flashing the message. All right, he sighed. We'll talk more next time. Why not? If you don't mind my status and my job, I'll keep meeting you, she said, smiling. Why would I mind? He flinched, hurt at the implication. I see you as my sister. I'd be glad to spend time with you. And why would you think I'd look down on you for your job or status? Many left me for those exact reasons, she said, with a casual smile. That seemed to sting him more. I don't mind your status or your work. And I definitely won't mind if you keep meeting me, he said with a wink. Then we can't let you get sad or angry, right? Let's keep meeting, she answered, a genuine smile lighting her face. He waved goodbye and slipped away. Mara checked her pager again. The instruction was clear: collect the clothing for the guests. She made her way to the room specified. A lone bag sat in the hall. She picked it up and set it in the designated place just as the instructions said. Then she moved on to the rest of her tasks. A piercing scream tore through the summit. Mara turned. Camila stood there, wrapped in the shredded remains of what had once been a fine shawl. Lucian reached her in an instant, fury and fear locked in his face. "What happened?" he barked, shrugging off his suit jacket and wrapping it around her shoulders. "My clothes." Camila choked, tears streaming. "Somebody ruined them." Lucian's voice thundered. "Who was last seen with these clothes?" The manager's hands shook as he pointed at Mara. "Sir, she was the one who retrieved the clothing bag." Every eye swung to Mara. Panic rose hot and sharp. Lucian's gaze found hers, once familiar, now dangerous, his pupils flickering with barely caged rage. "Mara?" he said, low, lethal. She recognized the bag, but not the rest. She hadn't even touched the clothes. The accusation hit her as hard as it hit anyone else. "Oh God, not this. I just placed the bag where they told me to." And if his beloved mate was involved, her husband would go to any length to make someone pay. Mara lifted her chin and met his eyes. Rage burned there, bright and merciless. She knew he was furious, but she knew nothing about what had been done. She caught the anger blazing in Lucian's eyes, and the quick, triumphant curl at Camila's mouth. She blinked and looked again. Camila's face now was all sorrow and tremble, the exact opposite of what Mara had just seen. No matter how fast Camila smoothed it over, that flash of satisfaction was burned into Mara's mind. Why was she happy when her clothes were ruined? Mara thought. She might be a masochist to smile when someone sabotages her. Zoya chirped bright and scathing inside her head. She tortures others, not the other way around, Mara shot back. Indeed, she is that kind of person, Zoya agreed. Leave her expressions aside. Don't yield to that bastard's words or his anger. Stand your ground, only then can we get divorced from him soon, Zoya reminded. Yes, Mara breathed. Zoya was right. If she took the blame now, anything that happened later would be pinned on her by default. She couldn't let that happen. She had to cut that story off now. Mara lifted her gaze from the sand. Unseen by her, a faint blue halo rimmed her eyes as she squared her shoulders and looked at them all. First, she met her husband's gaze and spoke. Her voice, usually steady, trembled. "I did exactly as the pager instructed. I collected the clothes and put them where I was told. At no point did I tamper with Camila's attire. I wouldn't dream of it. I didn't even open the bag." Across from her, Camila's eyes, bright with mischief on better days, were now clouded with pain. Mascara ran, tears streaking her cheeks, turning her face more pitiful by the second. But her words had teeth. "If you're holding resentment toward me, Mara, just be honest. This way of humiliating me, it's beyond painful," she sniffed, shoulders shaking with sobs. Mara knew it. Those lines would make everyone forget what she'd just said. Camila seemed hell bent on putting her in her place. As expected, the crowd murmured their approval, and Lucian's anger momentarily banked, flared back at Mara like a spark to dry tinder. Lucian's usual composure cracked, rage bleeding through. He held Camila tight, trying to steady her. Her tears soaked into him. Each drop felt like acid on his skin, stoking something protective and possessive. His voice rumbled, deep with the alpha's weight. "Apologize to her, Mara. Accept this as your fault, now, and set it right." The words cut. He was accusing her on Camila's word alone. Couldn't he look deeper? If he did, she wouldn't be standing here like this. Heat rose in Mara's chest. "I want to rip this bastard's skull open to see what he's thinking. How dare he order you without knowing more?" Zoya snarled, echoing through Mara's head. Mara shut Zoya down with a breath and met Lucian's stare, angry and unblinking. She had expected it to come to this. What she hadn't expected was Lucian's lack of investigation, his dented thinking. Just because his mate was crying didn't make Mara the culprit. The council didn't favor Mara as Luna. They doubted her stability, never her work. But that didn't mean they would accept Camila. Camila had left the pack when the alpha needed his Luna most. Had they been mated then, his wolf would have been stronger, the pack less bloodied. Instead, Camila had walked away, leaving alpha and pack weak. What if the council were the ones who sabotaged this dress to pull Mara back in? Then again, they wouldn't. To them, Mara was a pure, weak woman incapable of scheming. She looked at her raging husband, and at his pitiful mistress sitting center stage, vying for her place. In public, if Mara backed down now, she'd be the villain. Mara's eyes flashed with defiance. Why? Why should I apologize for something I didn't do? Watching her, something tightened in Lucian's chest. The stubbornness, the fire, he knew it. The same force that had made her insist on a divorce. An inexplicable pull rose in him, a need to drag her close, and bend her will. He didn't understand why that urgency aimed at Mara. With Camila in his arms, her defiance only irritated him more. Their standoff broke when the head of the service group, Mr. Foster, pushed through. He recognized Lucian and went pale with respect. His gaze slid to Camila, and he made a bad assumption. My apologies, Luna, for this unpleasantness. Then turning a hard look on Mara, he added, you should beg the Alpha and Luna's forgiveness for this disgrace. The real Luna was Mara. She was the one who worked through nights and hunger, the one who laid paths and plans to shield them all. Mr. Foster had benefited from that, and now the very man she'd safeguarded bowed to another woman. Luna aside, he didn't even defend his employee. He didn't care about the truth. They were determined to make her wrong, to force her to accept blame so Camila didn't have to. The implication hit like a blow. Mara's eyes widened. She cut a sharp look at Lucian, then at Camila. Even Lucian hadn't expected the manager's words. He and Camila shifted, the weight of their pretense suddenly heavy. Shock flickered across his face. The ground seemed to tilt beneath Mara. Her status, her pride stripped with a single misidentification. Righteous anger surged in her head. Zoya stepped forward in her mind, gaze locked on Camila. This reeks of a setup, and Camila's at the center. Mara, they're trying to break you. Stand strong. Because in all of this, especially after Mr. Foster's words, the only one protected, highlighted, advantaged was Camila. As if on cue, whispers rippled through the gathered crowd. Speculation. Poison. I guess she did it on purpose. I think so too. Otherwise, how would she dare challenge the Luna? She should look in a mirror before daring to compete with the Luna. She's just a waitress. Her fighting wolf must be a lower kind too. How could she even think of being our pack's Luna? She's disgusting. I wish she'd die, so our pack could be at peace. Every word landed. Mara's throat tightened. She was here because of Lucian and his mate. If not for them, she wouldn't be standing in this pit. Tears stung her eyes. With every gaze pinned to her, pressure building, Mara felt cornered. Her voice came soft pain threaded through it. I'm sorry. She couldn't meet anyone's eyes. She turned and walked, quick and stumbling, tears marking her path. She hated Lucian more than ever. Regret, complaint, helplessness, anger, disappointment in herself, all of it burned in her eyes. Today hardened her resolve. She wanted the divorce even more. Lucian, still reeling, felt something twist when he saw those tears. Against his better judgment, he moved, drawn toward her. He remembered the look she'd given him. Wet eyes full not just of grief, but accusation, and fury aimed straight at him. Camila felt the shift, sudden and hot. Jealousy surged. A silent war pulsed between the three of them, each tangled in their own emotions and blind spots. Why is he going after her? Shouldn't he be with me since she apologized and took the blame? Camila seethed inside. Let it be. We have ways to bring him back to his knees. Her wolf, Maya, purred. Yes, let him wander. I'll make Mara's heart ache even more tonight, Camila thought. After Mara's apology and Lucian's movement to follow, everyone clung to their own assumptions. With no more spectacle, the crowd drifted away. The waves kept kissing the shore, steady and indifferent, while another storm of emotions, insecurity, and misunderstanding kept brewing among the three of them. Its reach already spreading far beyond the beach. She knew her tears would go unseen by Lucian. He would be with Camila, his mate, the thought burned. She wouldn't be here at all if he hadn't barged into her life at that hotel 5 years ago. If only she could turn time back and say no to his proposal. Accepting him had changed everything. Day after day on the boat, she rode an emotional roller coaster, swallowing her pain just to seem normal. He'd kept her at a distance, from his room, from his life, and now he'd cast her out entirely. She'd thought he would at least respect what they had for 5 years, the hard work she put in. But there was no respect, no acknowledgement, nothing. Under the late sun, her tears shone like molten gold, gilding her cheeks. She looked like a fairy cast out of heaven, so beautiful in her grief that even the onlookers fell quiet. "I wonder why a waitress is being highlighted this much," someone whispered, doubt rippling through the crowd. She didn't hear them. And even if she had, what use is ointment once the blade has gone in? A fall may cost a limb, but a slip of the tongue can't be taken back. No wonder they say the tongue is sharper than a sword. Zoya seethed at Camila, at Lucian, but forced herself to steady. Charging in would only make it worse for Mara. Rage wouldn't clear a name, facts would, evidence would. She suspected Camila, yes, but suspicion wasn't proof. First, calm the host. Then gather the truth. Zoya breathed, softened her tone, and reached out through the link. "He's not worth this, Mara. I've given so much," Mara whispered, despair scraping her throat. "Every ounce of my being went into being a Luna they could be proud of. Only to be treated like this. They didn't even try to find the truth before pointing fingers and making me stand there like I was already guilty." She scrubbed at her cheeks, salt stinging her skin. "Am I not even worth being treated like a normal person? When he married me, he hid me. Like I was a contagion he had to keep locked away. But the moment his fated mate, who dumped his sorry ass, came back, every rule he kept for me vanished. Am I not even worth the credit for the work I did? I don't want him, Zoya. I don't want him. I want a divorce. I want to leave this damn place. It's so wretched, it makes me sick to stand here for even a minute." Her voice broke, and she crumpled. Owen had been watching since she left. He'd seen the pager wave earlier, seen the instructions on it, and frowned. Who sends instructions on a pager when everyone uses smartphones? Suspicion pricked him, and he followed. He saw everything, heard everything. He wanted to step in to defend her. But his position pinned him in place. Lethe and Glitter were on a knife's edge. One wrong move could spark a war. He had money. He had manpower. What he didn't want was bloodshed, more people losing family, the way he'd lost his sister. Now, watching her break down, pain spiked through him, as if a knife had been driven straight into his heart. As if her grief had summoned him, he stepped forward and offered a handkerchief, voice gentle. For the tears that should never have been shed, his big palm rested, careful and warm, on her head. Her crown felt small in his hand. She managed a weak smile. "Thank you, Owen. Why do you endure this?" he asked softly, eyes searching hers. "You'd find more happiness away from that title and its burdens. You're better off being a waitress, or a normal citizen, than being a Luna." His tone was low, soothing, worry and gentleness pooled in his gaze. "You don't understand," Mara murmured, staring past him. "There are ties that bind me to this life, and I have my hardships to deal with." Her phone rang, shrill, urgent. Bella flashed across the screen. Bella, Edwina's caretaker. Fear jolted through Mara. Not long ago she'd admitted her mother to the hospital. She turned and hurried a few steps away to answer. In the distance, Lucian approached, eyes locking onto Owen. A storm gathered in his gaze. He'd seen Owen touch Mara, comfort her. His blood spiked, fury boiling. How could he put his hands on my wife? "Remember, she is not our mate. We need to go back to our mate," Emerald warned, uneasy. He didn't like Lucian running toward the woman he didn't love, didn't want Camila crying, jealous, abandoned. Lucian shoved him back, locking the wolf down. "What are you doing here, Owen?" Lucian's voice came cold, edge like a blade. Owen blinked, then smiled slow. Mockery curled at the corners of his mouth, clear enough that Lucian read it and hated it. A fresh wave of loathing rolled through him. He didn't want Owen near Mara, and he was furious with Mara for allowing any man near her. "I saw the true Luna lost in her sorrow," Owen said, tone light, but taunting. "I thought she might need a friend. I came to comfort her." Lucian's fist tightened, knuckles whitening. He pulled in a breath, held it, forced the rage down. "I'll handle my affairs. Thank you for the help, Owen, but I won't trouble you further. You can take your leave now." "Looks like I'll have to disappoint you, Alpha of Lethe's pack," Owen replied, ignoring the dismissal. A thin smile touched Lucian's mouth. His eyes narrowed. I hear the glitter pack is very busy these days. Yet the heir Owen Ylva is here. What an honor. To what do we owe your presence? Owen chuckled, feigning surprised brown eyes with a flicker of blue widening theatrically, jaw slack in mock-awe. Impressive, Lucian. You remembered Mara is Lethe's Luna. Maybe focus more on your family and less on distractions. You shouldn't keep one at home and another in mind. Disrespectful to both, don't you think? Lucian's muscles flexed, tendons standing out along his forearm. Power bled off both alphas, the air turning heavy and dim, as if the sky itself were sinking. Anyone else nearby would have broken into a cold sweat. Before the clash could spark, a raw, shattered cry ripped from Mara. She dropped to her knees. Her phone slipped from her hand and hit the ground with a soft thud. Lucian was beside her in an instant. What's wrong? Tears flooded her eyes. My mother's health. It's deteriorated. She's in serious condition. Guilt hit him like a weight to the chest. He hadn't even known how bad it was. Without another word, he gathered her carefully into his arms and rose. He left the hotel, left Owen, left the Pax troubles behind, and focused on the only thing that mattered now. Her pale eyes were bloodshot, lids swollen. Even her little button nose had turned red. Seeing her cry like that, something twisted in Lucian's chest. Mara. When was your mother readmitted? He asked at last, his voice a careful blend of concern and caution. He regretted not asking sooner. He'd even used her mother's health to blackmail her, his own leverage thrown in her face. Mara turned slightly, letting the lights paint fleeting patterns across her cheeks. Why do you care now? It doesn't concern you. Her voice was calm, too calm. That cool edge made him, an emerald, restless. For a moment he couldn't place it. The Mara he thought he knew felt different. He wished she were the same girl who had first met him. He sighed. The weight of their recent clashes heavy on his tongue. I know I've been distant, but I do care about you and your family. Please talk to me. She said, nothing. He didn't push. He knew he was at fault for not knowing, and with the way things stood between them, she was more than annoyed. On any other day, she wouldn't have stepped into his car at all. Her silence was the loudest answer he'd heard in years. Looking back, most of their conversations had been long stretches of silence anyway. Did he regret treating her like that? He didn't. The woman beside him, his wife in name, was a weak wolf who couldn't even protect her own cub. If she had been strong, maybe he would have fallen in love. Maybe he would have cherished her. How could an alpha's daughter be an omega? The very thought infuriated him. Life didn't deal in IFs or in case. Only hard slaps and harder truths. If he'd wanted to love her, he would have. He hadn't. Now there was no use in if only. He also forgot that Silas was his only child. Instead of standing behind the boy's mother, he had blamed her. Guilt tripped her, made her question herself, her existence, her every effort again and again. How could she ignore all of that just because he suddenly cared about her family for a moment? He was delusional if he thought she'd set their differences aside just because he was trying to sound kind. Mara didn't relent. She kept her gaze on the window, letting silence speak louder than she ever could. Her mind reeled, her mother suffering, wrenching in pain. The thought alone pulled more tears from her eyes. When they reached the hospital, the sterile brightness felt blinding. The antiseptic smell, usually a promise of healing, turned suffocating. The thought of her mother made it worse. Mara's heart pounded when she saw the empty bed in the familiar ward. No Bella, no Edwina. Panic surged. She drifted from bed to bed, frantic, eyes wild. Seeing her lose her bearings like that, Lucian felt no satisfaction. Only a low ache. He reached for her gently. Let's find out where she is, he whispered, guiding her to the nurse's desk. Where is my mother? Her name is Edwina, Mara asked, breathless. We took your mother for a detailed examination, the nurse said. They headed toward the examination hall. Adrian Knight sat outside, staring at the door with dead eyes. Because of the Pax condition, he was always at the front lines. Edwina had carried everything else without complaint. Their love was something the whole pack envied. Now, seeing her like this, Adrian looked hollow. A man emptied. Mara knew asking him would be useless. The door labeled examination room opened. Bella stepped out, exhausted, shoulders slumped. Mara rushed to her. Adrian moved too, pulled along by the same storm. Bella, where's Mom? Is she okay? Bella forced a small smile, but her lifeless eyes told the truth. She's stable for now, Mara. Mara searched her face. Bella, don't hide anything. I need to know. Bella glanced at Adrian. He gave a single nod. Edwina hadn't wanted Mara to worry. She'd asked Bella to keep it quiet to protect her daughter's private life. But Bella knew Mara's support was needed now, because, God forbid, only God knew what might happen next. She took a steadying breath. The transplanted organ. It isn't functioning as it should. It started to deteriorate. Bella, please tell me clearly. How is my mother? Mara pleaded. Tears kept slipping, steady and unstoppable. She knew the answer would be bad, but she needed it. Only then could she do anything. If there was anything to be done. Your mother's transplanted organ has failed completely, Bella said softly. The failure has left her body paralyzed. The world tilted. Before she knew it, Lucien's arms were around her, steady and strong. How could this happen? Her voice shook. Didn't they say she would be fine with the transplant? The words broke apart as hot tears burned down her cheeks. Mara? Lucien's voice was bare. It was only the second time he'd seen her this fragile since Silas. I'm here, Mara, he whispered. I'm here. She let him hold her. Not because she wanted him, but because she was too tired, too heartsick to care about anything else. She just wanted her mother safe and sound. A few agonizing minutes later, they wheeled Edwina back to her ward. She was pale as a sheet. The vibrant woman they knew seemed drained of all color. Come, Edwina whispered, beckoning. Sit with me. Her voice was gentle as always, just thin, fragile. Mara obeyed, taking the chair by the bed. Edwina's fingers drifted through her hair, a familiar touch that flooded her with memories. It was torture, sweet and unbearable. She didn't want to lose a single possible moment with her mother. I'm so sorry, my love, Edwina murmured, tears shining. All these years, the choices I made. They've been hard on you. Mara shook her head, voice quivering. Every moment with you, every challenge we faced together. It's all been worth it. I'm proud to be your daughter, Mom. But you need to get healthy so we can face the rest together, please. She tried to swallow the sob. But it broke free anyway. Edwina didn't argue. Lucien slipped out quietly, leaving them the space they needed. His presence wasn't necessary now. When called, he would come back and give his respects to his mother-in-law. Edwina gazed at her sensible daughter and felt nothing but love and regret. She wanted to tell the truth, but she couldn't. Mara was the only family she had left in this world. She sighed softly to herself. Then, with trembling hands, Edwina pulled a worn cloth bag from beneath her pillow. I want you to have this, she whispered. Mara took it carefully. Inside lay a necklace and an old photograph. She lifted the chain as if it might break, a strange possessiveness curling tight in her chest. She unfolded the photo. A man and a woman stared back at her. The woman's resemblance was uncanny. It was like looking into a mirror from another time. Who was she? A sister, some lost relative. Mara didn't know, but if her mother had given it to her, then her mother knew. Mother, who are these people? They look so much like me. Edwina sighed, heavy with memory. There's a lot to tell, my dear. Just wait a little longer. All will be revealed. When the time comes, when the door of eternity opens for me, you will know everything. Then I will tell you. Confusion flickered through Mara's eyes. She wanted to ask so many things, but her mother looked so tired. She swallowed the questions and stayed. They sat in a quiet that felt almost warm. The room held their unspoken words, promises waiting, mysteries coiled and patient, ready to unfold when the time finally came. Moonbeams washed the hospital in silver, the whole landscape aglow. The night felt tranquil, with only the soft chirping of crickets breaking the hush. On this bright, beautiful night, the moon shone as if it might lower a Jacob's ladder straight from its heart. She stepped out of the hospital, scanning the drive for the taxi she'd booked. Couples strolled along the road, hand in hand. Some hugged and murmured to each other, their tenderness warming the cool air. The sight warmed her chest. Her lips curled into a small smile. There were times she'd imagined herself and Lucian like that. But back then it felt far-fetched. Now, she didn't even wish for it. Her mood soured at the thought of him. She checked her phone. 15 minutes until the taxi arrived. The night was cold. She wished she'd brought a jacket. She crossed her arms tight, trying to hold in the shiver as she waited. Today had been brutal. Camila's incident, Lucian's blame, her mother's health. Each one a blow. As long as her mother lived, Mara would do anything to keep her with her. She tipped her head back, studying the serene sky. The world felt calm. Inside her, a storm raged, her heart at war with memories and choices. Lucian, tall and imposing, a hint of the wolf in his bearing, stood a few steps away, worry creasing his brow. He'd been watching her since the moment she stepped into the banquet hall this morning. He could tell she tried to stay unaffected when he brought Camila, but she'd given herself away by leaving. He thought it best for her to go. He hadn't expected her to sabotage Camila. And now, seeing her cry for her mother, something twisted in his chest. She stood alone in the cold, waiting for a taxi. More than Camila, Mara looked pitiful, in need of protection. Such a shame she wasn't his mate. Moonlight carved his features, revealing what he tried to hide: pain, concern, a restraint on the edge of snapping. "Mara," he said, voice rough with emotion, "let me take you back to the pack. You shouldn't be alone tonight." She turned, her azure eyes steady, defiant. "I need to be at my mother's house. That's where I belong right now." He frowned, gaze skittering away. "That old place," he hesitated, choosing his words. "It's barely holding up, Mara. It's not safe." Her mouth curved into a mirthless smile. "Neither is being with you, Lucian." She drew a long breath, bracing herself. "I've made up my mind. I want a divorce. I can't be caught in this stupid web anymore." "And you say, you want me to go back to where?" Her voice sharpened. "To the place where you parade your homewrecker, or the place where you're going to bring her in the future." "Mara, watch your words," heat snapped in his voice. "How dare you call my mate a homewrecker? You have a death wish." His fist clenched at his side. For a heartbeat, he wanted to reach for her throat, then remembered where they stood. A few people had recognized him as Alpha. He had to keep his image intact. He bit down his anger, the realization striking him. Mara had grown so hateful these days. Any unmarried person who sleeps with someone's spouse is a homewrecker, male or female, Alpha Lucian. Her tone was cold, precise. "In my eyes, your fated mate is nothing but your personal disgrace paraded in public." Lucian opened his mouth, then shut it. She wasn't wrong. That was why he'd brought up the contract in the first place. "Despite all your efforts, if the truth comes to light, even after I divorce you, she'll be branded a homewrecker in public too, Alpha Lucian. And you're nothing but a cheater and an idiot. You made your legal wife apologize to your homewrecker without even checking the evidence." Her gaze didn't waver. "Bring me proof, not accusations. No wonder your father is always disappointed in you." She turned and walked a few steps away. Her words hit their mark again and again. Fury flared in him. For a moment, a storm of emotions flashed across his face. Anger, pain, disbelief. Without another word, he pivoted and left her to the wind, the cold biting where their closeness had been. Mara exhaled, long and shaky, as his footsteps faded. Relief washed through her. She'd finally said what she needed to say. The look on his face, worth every syllable. Her cab pulled up soon after. She climbed in and left the hospital behind. Pushing open the door to her mother's house, Mara was greeted by the familiar scent of aged wood and her mother's soft perfume. The place showed its years. Yes, but to her, it was a cocoon of memories. A sanctuary. She lay down on her old bed, still neat, still clean. Home poor, but warm with the life she shared with her mother. Until Lucian walked in this house, and her mother had been happy. Memories rushed in, uninvited. 5 years ago, the upscale restaurant bustled. Sunlight fell through ornate windows, scattering patterns across the marble floor. Mara tried to focus on work, but her phone buzzed again and again. She glanced at the screen. Lucian. Again. A sigh caught in her throat, half anger, half annoyance. Learning he was the heir to the Lethe pack had shaken her. Everything about him felt outrageous. Their worlds were galaxies apart. She didn't want to be tied to someone so far from her life. Her thumb hovered over decline. Then another ringtone cut in sharper, colder. The hospital. Her heart kicked as she answered. Dread nodded deep. The news was exactly what she feared. Bills were piling up, and the window for the transplant was closing. Desperation gnawed at her. Loans, favors, pleas, she'd tried them all. Nothing worked. The worst part, she had to get the money fast. Otherwise, the scarce transplant resources would be wasted. Her mother's chance would slip away, head pounding. She messaged anyone who might help. No one could. Her phone rang again. This time, she answered, I've told you before, stay out of my life. I have better things to do, so stop pestering me, she snapped, not caring who he was. Call me again and I'll block you, she warned. Are you still raising money for your mother's surgery? He asked, voice calm. And is your father still worried about your pack's safety? How do you know? Anger flared, surprise shadowing it. Marry me, he said. I'll take care of everything. Your mother's bills and Howler pack's safety. Silence stretched between them. Fine, Mara said at last, voice quiet but steady. I agree to marry you, present day. Thinking back, Mara didn't regret marrying him. Yes, she'd suffered at Lucian's hands, and because of those around him. But if she hadn't made that deal, regret would have devoured her. Her mother was her priority then, and she still was now. She sighed and touched the necklace at her throat, the same one Edwina had given her today. She turned the locket over, the cool metal soothing against her flushed skin. Sacrifices for her mother, choices she'd make again, but the faces inside the locket haunted her. So alike, too alike. Like her. I wonder who they are, Zoya murmured inside her. She'd been quiet most of the day. Me too, Mara replied. I felt good saying all those words to Lucian's face. Mara added. I'm glad you did, Zoya said, with a small, satisfied smile in her tone. I liked the look on his face. I liked it too, Mara breathed, suddenly tired. We should have taken a picture of that expression, Zoya teased. We should have, Mara agreed. Sensing her weariness, Zoya retreated, leaving her in peace. Mara's thoughts drifted back to the locket. She'd ask her mother about the people inside it again. When she was well enough. Maybe they were her mother's relatives. If she had relatives, Mara would bring them here. Let them spend time together. It would cheer her mother. Edwina wouldn't have to be alone. She'd have company joy, tucking the necklace safely away. Mara breathed out slowly. The house seemed to echo with whispers of the past, and promises of truth still hidden. Amid the turmoil, she clung to hope that the answers she sought would finally bring peace to her fractured heart. Beneath that failing glow, Camilla stood rigid, anxiety written in the tilt of her shoulders. She checked her watch again and again, as if she could will the minute hand to move faster. Relief loosened her spine when a figure stepped into the circle of light. He wore black from cap to boots, a mask obscuring half his face. Only his eyes showed sharp, greedy. He held a video camera tight against his chest, the device oddly brazen for such a secret meeting. Did you do what I asked? Camilla demanded, the moment he halted before her. I did what you asked, he murmured, voice low, so it wouldn't carry. He passed her the camera with a look that warned her about what it contained. Alpha Lucian took that woman to the hospital. Her mother was sick. They spent some time there before leaving, he added, his voice rough. Camilla's eyes burned. She hated every word. I worked so hard to wedge myself between them, to break them. But Look. Her fingers tightened around the camera until plastic creaked. My money, the man said flatly, ignoring her anger. Take it. She shoved a thick wad of cash into his hand. He counted quickly, then nodded. Keep doing the work, she said. I'll reward you according to your performance. Sure. A small smirk tugged at his mouth. Already spending it on drink and cards. He left with a satisfied swagger. As his footsteps faded, Camila powered on the camera and hit play. The grainy footage rolled across the tiny screen. Her breath hitched as Lucian and Mara came into view. Side by side entering the city hospital, a glimpse of Mara's frail mother. The two of them waiting in a corridor, leaving together. To anyone else, it was a simple kindness. To Camila, it was a knife. Jealousy rose sharp and hot. Always together, even in the hardest times, she whispered, bitterness roughening her voice. Don't worry, Camila. They won't be together much longer. We'll make sure of it, won't we, Maya? Her wolf purred. A low, seething fury threaded through her words. The man in the picture was her mate. How dare that woman? How dare she walk beside him? The nerve of her. She needs to die. We will. This woman will die miserably, Camila breathed back, vicious. Yes, no one who covets our mate shall live. He belongs to us, Maya hissed, pushing forward. Camila didn't notice the shift. Lately, Maya slipped into control more and more, and Camila barely felt herself sliding under. Meanwhile, across town, Lucian's study glowed softly, amber light against walls lined with ancient texts. The air smelled of old paper and polished wood. An associate set another drive in his hand. He loaded the footage and watched. Scene after scene played out, and clarity sharpened the edges of his thoughts. Mara never touched the infamous bag. The dress was damaged long before the event began. Guilt clawed up his throat. He heard her voice again. You made your legal wife apologize to your mistress, without even checking the evidence. Blame me with evidence, not with accusations. No wonder your father is always disappointed in you. And then the sting that followed. You're nothing but a cheater and stupid. Emerald had burned with anger when he first heard those words. But beneath that heat, he knew she was right. If the truth came out, Camila would be seen for exactly what she was, a homewrecker. Just apologize and be done with it, Emerald urged, voice steady. Do I need to? It was a misunderstanding, Lucian countered. Pride pressed against his ribs. He did not apologize. Not easily, not to someone he called weak. Remember, she was shamed because of how you handled it. She's probably suffering at work. You should have dealt with it in private. Right then, Emerald said, cool and cutting. Weren't you the one raging at the sight of our mate's tears? Weren't you even more anxious than me? Lucian shot back. Whatever it was, we handled it wrong. We apologize. At least then she'll have some positive opinion of us. And she won't ask so vehemently for a divorce, Emerald insisted. Lucian's fingers hovered over his phone. Pride battled guilt and lost. He dialed Mara and selected a safe pretext to pack matters. Mara had just come home. 2 days since she'd walked out of Lucian's house. She'd been staying at her mother's. Tonight, she returned from the hospital after sitting with her for hours, leaving Bella in charge. A hot shower, a quick dinner. Exhaustion pressed at her eyes as she lay down. Her phone buzzed Lucian. She didn't want to answer, but she was still Luna. She picked up. Hello, Lucian said. Unless you have something important, don't waste your time talking to me, she replied, already moving to end the call. Disappointment pinched tight in Lucian's chest. He'd set his people to investigate because guilt gnawed at him, and the truth had shoved his pride aside. He meant to apologize, and she had the nerve to cut him short. Anger surged. Then he forced it down. There's an issue at the northern border of our pack, he said, voice level. If I recall, you dealt with it. I need details. This isn't for the phone. Come here and discuss it with me. What? Isn't the northern side pack's alpha your cousin? What misunderstandings could there be? Mara asked, confusion creeping in. That's why I'm asking you to come here and discuss it, he said coldly. Each word clipped. She frowned. But this was pack business. Fine, I'll come. She hung up, pulled on her coat. locked the door, gathered her things, and set off toward that dreadful house. Lucien exhaled, relieved. When she came, he could apologize. Unbeknownst to him, just beyond the mahogany door, Camilla had listened to every word. A smirk curled her lips, opportunity, ripe and sweet. The Pack Mansion's living room gleamed, ornate chandeliers scattering light over gilded edges. Lucien noticed none of it. He watched the entrance, the seconds dragging until they felt like hours. He shifted. A servant's footsteps approached the door. Camilla slipped in with the grace of a stage actress, voice dripping innocence. Lucien expecting someone special. Before he could answer, Mara's figure shadowed the threshold. He straightened. "I misunderstood Mara yesterday," he said quickly. "I called her here to apologize." Mara paused just inside, the servant guiding her toward the room. She hesitated, taking a step back into the dim hall, trying for discretion. Camilla's eyes flicked up and found her anyway. As Mara entered, she saw Camilla already leaning close to Lucien, breath catching with practiced fragility. "I've heard whispers about the dress incident," Camilla murmured, voice trembling. "Do I need to apologize too? Will she think badly of me?" "I was wrong, Lucien. I believed she did it. I'm such a fool," tears spilled. "You did nothing wrong, Camilla," Lucien said, reaching to steady her. "You misunderstood, just like me." His arm came around her shoulders. Their closeness snapped something in Mara. She stepped fully into the light, voice cold and clean as a blade. "If you called me here to show me this, then you've succeeded, Alpha Lucien. I'm disgusted by both of you together." Her hands trembled, anger bright in her eyes. "I even wish I'd cut her clothes for real out of sheer rage." Lucien's gaze darkened. Anger flared hot. "You dare speak like that in our pack sanctuary. You've lost the essence of Luna. Just get lost." Emerald surged, barely leashed. Matching his heat, Mara held her ground. "I don't want to be your Luna either, Alpha Lucien. If you value your public image more than our bond, perhaps it's time we severed ties. I hope you'll agree to a divorce and let me be free." Silence fell, thick and suffocating. The glittering room stood witness as something fragile tore. A future that once shimmered with promise, now hung by a fraying thread. With every passing day, the thought of divorcing him felt less like betrayal and more like oxygen. She needed to ask Sophia to take the next steps, to tell him to leave her life. She'd leave with her mother once it was done. As for money, nothing had ever been easy. Anywhere she went, she worked hard. After becoming Luna, she'd earned a management degree. With that, maybe she could finally get a high-paying job enough to cover her mother's hospital bills. Last night, she hadn't disturbed Sophia. It was her evening. Mara had curled into herself instead, wallowing in sadness and raw heartache until exhaustion took over. Now she was just tired. As she stepped up to the door, something felt off. The air was wrong, shallow still. "Something is wrong, Mara," Zoya murmured in her head. "I feel the same," Mara answered. Her heart thundered. The familiar scent of her mother's house, solace, memories, love, met her at the threshold, and snapped in half the moment she pushed the door open. Chaos stared back at her. Furniture overturned, papers scattered like leaves after a storm, and in the middle of it, several burly men, shoulders squared, eyes hard. Their gazes locked on her as she stepped inside. Zoya rumbled, low and dangerous. "Danger," she growled, bristling inside her skin. Protective instinct surged through Mara's veins, the wolf rising, ready to defend their ground. She clocked the signs at once, the way the men shifted their weight, the stretch of tendons along their hands. They were seconds from shifting to wolf form. Zoya wasn't ready to surface. "What is the meaning of this?" Mara demanded, voice steady even as her hands trembled. "Who are you? What do you want? And how did you break into my house?" Zoya flashed in her eyes, sapphire blue flickering like a warning. A tall, sinewy man with cold gray eyes and a blade-cut jaw stepped forward, his aura steeped in malice. "Your beloved Uncle Joshua owes us. Since he's nowhere to be found, we thought we'd pay a little visit to his wife and kids." Joshua. The name was a bitter pill, memories flooding back of a man who'd tried to make a claim on her life, souring her school years with his repeated lies about paternity. She had never liked her uncle. Joshua was Adrian's younger brother, drinking, gambling, and whoring his way through every spare coin. To her, he was a shadow from the past, a menace her mother had once dated, and now his sins were on her doorstep. He used to show up at her school, harassing, grinning, reeking of cheap booze. "Mara, come with your father. Let him see how grown up you are. Your breasts are getting bigger. That's good. Let your uncle take a look at you," he'd said, leering. "Mara, my love, your dad is lonely. Accompany me tonight," he'd slurred when she was walking home. "Mara, uncle is in debt. Why don't you have a meal with his friends tonight and please them?" "They'll let me go," he'd said, in front of her class teacher. Every memory of Joshua was soaked in harassment and disgust. Never once had she felt safe in his presence. When she told her parents, they kicked him out. Relief had swept through her brief, fragile. He never stopped pestering. And now he'd pointed his creditors at her parents' home, without a thought for their safety. Heat surged in her veins. How many times had men like this come here to threaten her mother and father? The thought made her see red. "I want to kill him," Zoya snarled, her anger rolling through Mara's chest. "Let's send them out first," Mara answered, forcing her breath steady. "He's not my relative," she snapped, stepping forward, Zoya's fury mirroring her own. "That man isn't related to us in any way. We are not obligated to pay the debts of a stranger. Neither I nor my mother or father owe you anything. Leave this place now." She jabbed a finger toward the door. The man smirked, eyes dragging over her like a predator's. "No matter what you claim, love, you're all we've got now. Joshua's debt becomes yours. Either you pay or you write us an IOU. If you pick neither, you know we're not nice people." "I will do none of what you asked," she said, voice cold as steel. The room shifted. The men's faces tightened, anger rising like heat off pavement. Two of them lunged. One shoved a paper at her, and while the other seized her wrist. Panic spiked, her pulse tripping. They crowded close, trying to press her fingertips down, forcing a mark that would bind her to Joshua's debts. "Fight, Mara," Zoya cried, fierce and clear. "We can't let them dominate us." She twisted, trying to break free, but the grip was iron. Then, a sound split the air. A deafening growl crashed through the room. The floor seemed to shiver. The air thickened until every breath felt weighted. A massive gray wolf burst through the doorway, scarlet eyes blazing with fury. The power rolling off him hit like a storm front. The men faltered. Omega's the lowest in the pack hierarchy. We're not prepared for an alpha's presence. Not like this. Mara's breath caught. She knew instinctively it wasn't Lucian. Who was he? "Our savior," Zoya murmured, a touch of humor in the heat of it. "That's clear. But he's familiar," Mara whispered inside, every sense on alert. "He is," Zoya answered, thoughtful now. "Yes, too familiar." This wolf radiated the kind of protectiveness that said he'd bleed for her without a second thought. And the dominance unmistakable. He was an alpha. She felt it in her bones. Who else held true alpha power in this pack? Besides Lucian. The wolf met her eyes just for a heartbeat. A silent promise flashed between them. Then his gaze snapped back to the intruders, blistering with threat. Leave or face the consequences. The lead man blanched, shoulders caving. "This isn't over," he hissed, backing toward the door. The threat rang hollow as the room emptied. The tension ebbed. The gray wolf's form shuddered, bones reshaping, fur melting away. Until Owen stood there, breath steady, gaze locked on hers. Tall, chiseled lines, familiar warmth threaded through his presence, soothing the ragged edge of her nerves. Relief loosened something tight in her chest. Her shoulders dropped. The hard mask of her face softened. "Owen," she whispered, a mix of surprise and relief. "How did you? Why are you here?" Even comforted, doubt flickered. How did the alpha of the glitter pack have time to be here? At her house. Suspicious, wasn't it? Owen stepped closer, searching her eyes. "I heard about the call you made to the hospital," he said softly. "I heard you asking Lucian to drive you. I know your mother is sick. It isn't appropriate for me to visit her, but I wanted to know how you were and whether you needed any help from me." Zoya whimpered, small and pleased. Alpha, she sighed. They stood there, eyes locked, the air between them charged. Owen lifted a hand and cupped Mara's face. Gentle, careful. You're not safe here, he murmured. Those Omegas will return, and I can't bear the thought of you getting hurt. You need to move somewhere safer. You shouldn't be here. Mara leaned into his touch, warmth chasing the chill from her skin. But the iron in her spine rose stubborn, steady. Thank you, Owen, but I can take care of myself. I've been doing it for a long time. He exhaled, thumb sweeping a stray strand from her cheek. I know you can, he said quiet. Sometimes it's okay to let others help. Silence settled, full, unbroken, almost tender. Even in the wreckage, the room felt like a cocoon wrapped around them. After a while, Mara drew a breath. I need to clean up this mess, she said, glancing at the scattered papers and toppled chairs. Owen nodded and stepped back. Just remember, he said at the door, you don't have to face everything alone. He left her with the hush of an emptied house and the thrum of her own heartbeat. He's right, you know, Zoya murmured, warm as a blanket. We are strong, but even alphas need a pack. Mara smiled, fingers drifting to the spot where Owen's hand had rested on her cheek. Maybe, just maybe, she didn't have to face the world alone. The grandeur of the Glitter Pack mansion never failed to impress. Vast corridors, lined with relics of victory and portraits of proud lineage, seemed to whisper old tales of valor and loyalty. But today, those walls held their breath, soaked with a tension you could almost touch. Laura, Luna of the Glitter Pack, sat in the entrance hall with a face of stone. The gentle, kind Luna wore an expression so still. It meant a storm was brewing. Whoever got caught in it would be the unluckiest soul alive. Owen had barely stepped inside after his nocturnal endeavors, when anxiety knotted his stomach. I smell trouble, Mason muttered in his head. I see Mom in the hall. We should go straight to our room, Owen answered, trying not to wince. Shall we jump the wall? Mason suggested hopefully. It's coated with silver, remember, Owen shot back. Then we tiptoe. Like shadows, Mason said, solemn and dramatic. With a silent pact made, Owen pivoted toward the corridor, leading to his room. Owen. His mother's voice, steady, stern, threaded with worry, stopped him cold. Shit, Mason cursed. We're caught. Laura would punish Owen, and her wolf would punish Mason. That was the brutal truth of it. Mason sniffled theatrically in Owen's mind, shedding invisible tears about how unfair life was. Owen, Laura's voice echoed through the high ceiling. Her eyes, usually warm, fixed on him, unblinking, intense. Where have you been all night? He swallowed. She wasn't playing around. No one stayed out without informing the house. Least of all the future alpha responsibilities clung to him like armor. And last night, he'd simply vanished. Taking a breath, he met her gaze. I was in Lethe Pack territory, he said carefully, but I didn't intrude on their grounds. I stayed at a nearby hotel and left at dawn. He kept his voice even, calm, but his heart flipped and somersaulted as she stared at him, like a surgeon about to dissect a mystery. You did that despite how things are between the packs, Laura asked, skeptical and sharp. This wasn't like her son. He was careful, deliberate. He never acted in a way that put others at risk. She could tell he was hiding something. This doesn't end here, Owen. Follow me to meet your dad. He felt his throat go dry as he nodded and fell into step behind her. The silence as they walked was ominous, the calm before a storm. They entered the living room, a grand space of tapestries and gold. Leonard Ylva sat like a king on his throne. Even at his age, the alpha's presence filled the room, raw power radiating off him in waves. His dominance was unrivaled. Taylor and Susan hovered nearby, eyes wide, wearing that familiar mix of concern and hungry curiosity. Neil, Owen. Leonard didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Steele lived in the command. Shall we defy him? Mason bristled. We weren't wrong last night. Owen's jaw tightened. He still lowered himself to the plush carpet. Owen went to help Lethe Pack's Luna at night without informing anyone, Laura said, taking a seat beside her husband. I leave this to you. Leonard's gaze sharpened. His words were precise, heavy as stone. You carry the future of this pack, Owen, every move you make. every alliance formed or broken. Reflects on the glitter pack, disappearing into Lethe territory, especially overnight, courts disaster. It insults our traditions and our authority. Many still doubt your leadership. This will breed instability, anger, dissatisfaction. Owen bowed his head and said nothing. Don't you want to say something? Mason asked, pacing inside him. Silence. Laura's anger gave way to worry. We're on thin ice with the Lethe pack, Owen. Rumors about your visits there could jeopardize everything we've built. He swallowed, struggling to explain the pull, why he kept going back. I've been assisting their Luna with an internal matter, he said softly. Then fast. She's in conflict with her alpha. I felt the need to help, for reasons I couldn't explain. Leonard's face tightened. And since when do we meddle in another pack's internal disputes? Especially one that stands this close to becoming our enemy. I need a proper explanation, Owen. His father rose, cane in hand. He stepped forward. The cane came down hard across Owen's back. Thwack. Wood struck flesh. The sound snapped through the room like a whip. Breath stilled. No one moved. Owen knew if he didn't stop this now, he'd be beaten blue and black. He pulled the one card he'd sworn to keep hidden. Dad, there's a reason I met her. I didn't act on impulse, he blurted, voice frayed. Laura flinched. Pain flashed across her face. She stood before Leonard could strike again. What is it, Owen? Her voice trembled. Tell us. Honey, she said to Leonard, softer now. Let's listen to him before you punish him. Leonard's eyes softened a fraction. He lowered the cane. He sat beside her, jaw tight but still. Laura knew her son. He didn't do rash. If he said there was a reason, there was a reason. Owen drew a breath that shook. There's more. She reminds me of Scylla, his voice quivered. The resemblance is uncanny. It's like looking at Mother in her younger days. If Scylla were alive, she would be like the Luna of the Lethe pack. Silence slammed into the room. No one breathed. Scylla, the wound that had never healed, the family's deepest ache. Laura's face went pale. Her hands trembled. She looks like my twin, like Scylla. Owen nodded. Yes. A flood of emotions crossed Laura's face pane. Nostalgia. Wonder. Memories rose like sunlight through old water. Leonard's posture eased. The name alone made anger feel small. He exhaled and raked a hand through his hair. You should have come to us, Owen. Secrets tied to the past. They can be a balm or a blade. Laura moved. She knelt in front of her son and pulled him into her arms, holding him as if she could shield him from time itself. Tears glistened in her eyes. For a heartbeat, it felt like a lost pup had come home. Taylor and Susan exchanged a glance, their faces soft with the family's shared grief. Some memories don't fade. They shape you. They decide your next step before you even take it. Owen's revelation about Scylla's likeness hung in the air. Laura staggered back, one hand gripping the carved back of a chair. The pain in her eyes made Leonard's protective instincts flare. Then, as if her knees simply gave out, she sank to the rug in front of him, gaze lifted, hopeful pleading, for a different answer about their lost daughter. The sight gutted him. With a low growl, Leonard said, You tread on thin ice, Owen. Do not carelessly invoke memories of Scylla. She's irreplaceable. Her name is not a jest. He tore his arm free of Laura's grasp and lifted his cane. The strike cracked across Owen's back, angled so Laura wouldn't be hit, but merciless all the same. Owen didn't snap back. He had expected this. His mother's expression, her trembling hope, was what broke him. Did we make a mistake, Mason? He asked his wolf, feeling unmoored. She has to know, Mason answered, calm, thoughtful. It will hurt now, but if she meets Mara and mistakes her later, that will be far worse. Owen steadied. Father, do you truly think I'd be so thoughtless? I mentioned Scylla because what I saw was unnerving. The resemblance was so stark it rattled me. And I wasn't the only one, Taylor, Susan. You both saw her at the pack summit. Even Grandma mistook her. Tell them. The relationship between the Lethe pack and the glitter pack had been at a stalemate for years, cold beneath a cordial surface. Laura and Leonard hadn't attended the Lethe summit. Owen and his siblings had gone in their stead. That night at the restaurant, with Owen's two friends at the table, they'd seen Mara. Taylor shifted, visibly uncomfortable. He cleared his throat. A girl did catch my attention, but the summit was a whirlwind. I was eating, and all my focus was on the food. I didn't observe her closely, so I can't say for sure she resembled Scylla. Owen's gaze darkened. He bit down on a scolding. No one was required to study every face they passed, right? He braced for another blow. Leonard had almost believed Owen, but Taylor's hedging sparked his anger. "You're lying again, Owen. How dare you? Is this how I trained you? Is this how an alpha behaves? Be responsible. Be honest. For God's sake, grow up." The pain on Laura's face was a blade he couldn't ignore. She wasn't just his wife, she was his true mate. Decades together. She had stood with him in his lowest moments. He could never bear tears in her eyes. He had worn the blame for years, a bad husband, a worse father for failing to protect their daughter. Even now, though she'd found her calm, Laura missed Scylla and blamed herself. There were times she fought him to pass the Luna mantle to Susan, until Owen became alpha and found his mate. Leonard refused. Laura would remain Luna as long as he remained alpha. If she wanted to step down, he would step down first and put Owen in charge. But Owen wasn't ready. He still had much to learn. So Laura stayed. Taylor's stomach twisted as he watched Owen take the hit for his own careless words. Owen didn't spare him a single blame-filled glance. His eyes said, "It's okay, Taylor," which only made Taylor feel worse. Susan cut in, breathless excitement shot through with nerves. "I noticed, and I have proof." She swiped through her phone and held out a photo. "I took this during a heated moment between her, Lucian, and Camilla. She reminded me so much of the old photos of Mom." Silence fell as they clustered around the screen. There she was, Mara, an almost mirror image of a young Laura. The quiet broke under Laura's soft sobs. Leonard's face drained of color. "How could it be like this? This isn't true, right?" He kept muttering as if he could argue reality into place. Or could fate have returned Scylla to us, but how? Laura clutched his arm, tears streaming. "I've yearned for her every day, every single day. The moon goddess heard my pleas. She sent my baby back to me. I can rest in peace now." Owen's chest tightened. Leonard, so proud, so guarded, was letting everything show. And Owen, he didn't know whether to be relieved that his father felt so deeply, or shattered that it was happening like this. He didn't want to break their fragile hope, but he had to. Mara wasn't Scylla. Mara had a life, a family. He couldn't feed a lie that would drag her into their grief. "Mom, Dad," Owen said softly, "please listen. She's not Scylla. The woman in the photo is someone else, definitely not our Scylla. She has her own life, her own family. I got close to her because she reminded me of a sister I never knew, but she isn't her. Even Grandma was mistaken. Don't let your hopes climb too high. And I apologize for my rude, thoughtless actions last night." The tension thickened. Leonard's shoulders sagged. "So we're back to square one. Our hearts toyed with once again." He sounded hollow. Laura broke into raw sobbing. Once more, there was no daughter at the end of the road. Once more, she blamed herself. Some long, ego wrong she could never name, as if a single sin had stolen her child. Owen's voice gentled, almost reverent. "There's something about Mara, though. She's strong, resilient. Like us. Even when she's in trouble, she'll take the weight herself rather than drop it on someone else. She's a good person. She was. Lucian didn't deserve her. No one deserved to treat her like garbage. The urge to shield her had hit Owen like a command from the moon itself. He'd followed her to the hospital last night, trailing after Lucian's car. After their fight, he'd seen Lucian abandon her on the roadside and drive off to be with his mistress. Owen's blood boiled. When Mara reached the hospital and went inside, he followed. In the treatment room, a pair of burly men tried to force her to sign papers. He didn't even think. He shifted, the wolf ripping through his skin, and put himself between her and danger. He didn't know why he felt it so fiercely. Only that he did. He wished she were his sister. But that wasn't possible. If he ever found Scylla, he would love her beyond measure. And Mara, he would love her just as fiercely, as a sister all the same. What a shame. He couldn't bring her here. Laura blinked, a jolt shooting through her, as if a name had been injected straight into her veins. Familiar, too familiar. Say it again, she pressed, urgency returning to her voice. Her name. What did you say her name was? It's Mara, Owen said quietly, feeling a new thread tugging at the edge of the story. Mara? The room stilled. Anticipation gathered like a held breath. The glitter packs stood at a crossroads between past and present, their destinies woven tight. A tapestry of mystery and hope waiting to be pulled through. Hearing that the girl who resembled his wife was named Mara, Leonard slipped down memory lane back to his last bright moment with his lovely daughter, Scylla. He saw the huge smile on her tiny face. She had only 2 teeth then. One on the top, one on the bottom. Every time she flashed that gummy grin, his heart melted. Flashback. The sun hung high in a clear blue sky, pouring gold over the ocean. Gentle waves kissed the shore and slipped away, leaving lacy foam. Families laughed. Voices hummed. The beach was alive. Heat pressed down, yet peace held. Some came with family, some with friends, some alone. Among them, one family stood out. Not for looks, but for the warmth that wrapped around them. Laura and Leonard watched their kids, Scylla and Owen, bent over their sandcastles, competing to see whose tower rose tallest. Sand ran through their fingers, a simple rhythm of childhood. Now and then, Scylla touched the silver pendant at her throat as she built her tall castle. The pendant, etched with the word Mara, flashed in the sun and caught the glitter of the water. Both children worked with clumsy seriousness, managing to pour as much sand on themselves as on their castles. A smile played on Laura's lips as she watched them. 2 kids, a loving husband, a sweet family. What more could she ask for? Leonard's gaze drifted, clouded. Catching his frown on such a peaceful day, Laura's chest tightened. Something was wrong. What's wrong, Len? You don't seem happy. You're distracted. Why don't you share it with me? She asked, her voice soft with concern. His expression darkened with guilt. Hearing her worry made him feel worse. How could he ruin her mood this day? Still, he couldn't hide it. The rogue king is forging ties with the alpha of the depraved pack, he said at last, voice low with foreboding. They've met several times. I'm worried their union will change everything. Their alliance could upset the balance of our world. Laura's smile faded. She shared his fear. They had built this pack together. They were part of the werewolf community, gifted with an alpha power seed. Alpha power wasn't to be taken lightly. It was for helping the weak, protecting the vulnerable. To carry that power and watch others suffer. Shameful for an alpha and Luna. But right now, he was stressed. Right now, he didn't need answers. Yes, they would need a plan, but not here, not now. This was family time. He needed to breathe, to look at their children and remember why they fought it all. If only she had known what was coming. She wouldn't have tried to steer him away. She would have held the moment tighter. Laura had always been his anchor. His moods, his tempers, all of it. She kept him and their family together. Laura squeezed his hand. We've faced challenges before. Together, we'll navigate this too. But right now, this is our family time. Look at Scylla and Owen, waiting for trophies for their great achievements, she teased, tipping her chin at the sandcastles. We shouldn't disappoint them, right? That face, that generous smile, her kindness. It made heat climb his spine. The sun had nothing on her. Pity they were at a beach, with kids, his little mood killers. Da. The small voice yanked him out of his thoughts. Scylla's curious eyes fixed on him as she toddled over, tiny feet sinking in the sand. And just like that, his worries fell away. A gentle smile tugged at Leonard's lips. Watching Scylla and Owen play, hearing them laugh. I'd give anything for time to stand still. You shall? Now go to your darling daughter. Who just destroyed all the castles my silently sulking son built? Laura said, shaking her head, speechless and amused. Her younger one was the most mischievous in the house. Those habits definitely inherited from her father. Not her. She'd been a quiet kid since childhood. It had to be her husband's trait. She'd have to teach him a lesson for passing on such horrible habits. And anyway, her daughter never made mistakes. It was all her husband's fault. Unaware of the punishment brewing in his future, Leonard scooped up his daughter. He tossed her lightly and caught her again. Scylla's giggles bubbled over, bright and contagious, filling the air. Owen glared at his naughty sister for wrecking his hard-won castle. And the dumb thing she did was wreck her own castles too. So dumb. He lifted his head to scold her. Then she hit him with the infamous gummy grin. He deflated on the spot. Aish, I can't even scold her, Mom. Are you this naughty too? Owen asked, shaking his head. Laura froze. She wanted to say it was his father's fault. But, well, she had done the same thing to her brothers when she was small. She'd ruined their toys too, as if she'd admit it. It's your dad's fault, she huffed. It must be, Owen muttered, eyeing the father-daughter duo. Scylla, furious at being put down, grabbed a fistful of sand and dumped it on Leonard's head. She huffed and puffed, little lips puckered in righteous protest. Leonard's phone started ringing insistently. He stared at the screen, then at his daughter's stormy face. He sighed, declined the call, and shoved the phone into his pocket. Then he picked Scylla up again and went right back to playing. I'm glad I didn't take after him. He's so silly, Owen said, wearing the disgusted look of a tiny elder. He'll be punished for being a bad dad when we get home, Laura said, eyes glinting dangerously. How dare he steal her daughter away? Jealousy prickled, ridiculous maybe, but real. And under it, a bad feeling she couldn't shake. The kind mothers get deep in the bones. I pity him more then, Owen replied, solemn as a judge. I'm going to get ice cream for myself, he announced, trudging off. Laura was speechless. Her son was a little adult, her husband, a man-child. Honestly, her hands were full. As dusk settled, the day's warmth thinned. Peace gave way to the first hint of unease. They headed home. Dada, Scylla called, patting after Leonard as he stepped into the study. He smiled, kissed her forehead, and sent her to her room. He stayed with her until her eyelids fell, and she slept. She can't live without you, Laura murmured. That's good that way. No brat can lay eyes on her, Leonard grumbled. That beta's son stared at her for 5 seconds. I felt like gouging his eyeballs out. Enough, Laura said, shaking her head. We need to talk about what you said this morning. Neither of them noticed the maid slip upstairs. She lured Scylla with a promise of ice cream. The girl knew her, trusted her. She didn't cry. She just followed. No one realized when she crossed the threshold and left the house. The usual household noise thinned, until the night swallowed Scylla's shadow whole. Morning broke like a blade. Laura's scream ripped through the halls as she discovered Scylla's empty bed. Leonard, eyes blazing with panic and rage, rallied the pack trackers, fighters, scouts. Everyone mobilized in a desperate search for the young wolf. Then a note arrived for Leonard sharp as a curse. Your daughter's life hangs in the balance, it said. Interfere in the upcoming battle, and you'll never see her again. Hope guttered lower when their spies brought worse news. The rogue king and the depraved pack were amassing their forces, their gaze fixed on an unsuspecting ally. The choice before Leonard was a torment. Risk his beloved daughter to defend their ally, or break a long-standing alliance and let a malevolent coalition reshape their world. Meanwhile, Laura, consumed by fear and her child's absence, spiraled into despair. Her health began to fail. Leonard, crushed between the personal and the political, felt leadership closing around his throat, tight as a fist. The cost settled over them, heavy, inescapable, setting the stage for decisions that would change their lives forever. My love, return to your room. I need to teach our son a lesson, Leonard said before she could move. Don't you dare lay hands on my son, Laura roared through her grief. She missed her daughter, would mourn that child until her last breath, but that didn't mean she would let her other children be wronged. Her eyes reddened with anger, and her wolf flashed in her gaze. Leonard was scared out of his wits, not out of weakness, but because he loved her. Babe, it's not like that. He slipped out last night, dumped a bunch of files on me, and skipped training. I'm getting old and weak. How could he make his old father do his work? Ain't I pitiful? So I want him to do extra work and extra training. How could I beat our son when I know it would hurt your heart? Leonard said, laying it on thick. He even let a few fake tears slip. Bluer, you ack. 2 sounds came from the side. Leonard shot a glare at his other son and daughter, who were retching at his overacting in front of their mother. How dare they? He would not allow it. Seeing their father's glare, they shrank back and looked at their mother with tearful faces. Enough! You caned my son earlier in front of me, and you claim you won't hurt him. You are so shameless, Leo, and you have the guts to glare at my younger son and daughter. You will not get any meat today. That's your punishment, Laura said in her commanding voice. What? That's so cruel of you, wifey. How could you? I cannot live without it. Leonard cried, dramatic as ever. I didn't glare at them. I looked at them in concern. I was worried they'd fall sick. After all, they also sneaked out last night and came back after eating fried chicken in the middle of the night, Leonard said, throwing his children under the bus without blinking. No, Mom. Dad is framing us. Dad, grow up, will you? Just because you can't eat meat doesn't mean you get to frame us like this. I even saw you hiding candy in your drawer last night when I came to give you water. And you said Mom is too stupid to find out, Susan blurted, revealing her father's biggest secret. Leonard's eyes went wide as saucers. Suddenly, he realized his daughter was not as cute as he'd thought. No meat for a week, Leo, and as for the chocolate, and you calling me stupid, we'll discuss it in our bedroom. Now, Laura said, arms crossed. Wifey. Leonard tried to plead, helpless. As for you two, Taylor and Susan, you're not to eat fried chicken outside. If you want it, get the cook to make it for you, Laura added. Taylor and Susan bobbed their heads, like dolls. That's not fair. You didn't punish them, Leonard complained. Did I allow you to speak to me? She shot back. Leonard shrank, dark, gloomy clouds practically hovering over his head. Then he noticed Owen still kneeling on the ground. Perfect scapegoat. Owen, review and schedule the clan and pack meetings by this evening. Attend my meetings today in my place and bring me the notes. Tomorrow we need to meet one of the alphas from the west side, he said. Laura opened her mouth to argue, but he cut in, and most importantly, don't meet Lethe Pax Luna. It's not proper. Also, next time, if the need arises, I want to meet her Leonard Mind linked to Owen. Okay, Dad, Owen replied. I'll do what you said, Dad, Owen said aloud. On the other hand, when the debt collectors entered the house, Mara didn't dare stay. Lucian neither called her nor seemed to care. So after work, she headed straight to the hospital and spent time with her mother. Edwina sensed something was off with her daughter, but she didn't push. Even Adrian could tell his daughter was struggling, but he didn't comment. In his eyes, she was an adult who could handle her own life. If she needed help, if she wanted them involved, she would ask. For now, they were both simply grateful to spend more time with their daughter. Mara would freshen up in the relatives' waiting room, get ready there before leaving for work, and return the same way. Days passed like that. One evening, that fragile warmth shattered. The usual chatter of mother and daughter was gone. The sickly mother was not in her bed. The loving daughter panicked, her brain and heart tripping over worst-case scenarios. As Mara stepped into the familiar hospital room, a chilling emptiness met her. The bed, once a symbol of Edwina's stubborn strength, lay vacant. Before panic could swallow her whole, a familiar voice grounded her. Mara. It was Lucian, her husband. The distance between them had grown, every argument and every silence adding another brick to the wall between them. His presence now was both comforting and disorienting. Lucian knew Edwina was gravely ill, that she couldn't hold on much longer. He had come to check on her, only to find Mara staring at an empty bed. Where is she, Lucian? Mara asked, voice trembling, fear bleeding into every word. Lucian hesitated, his usually stern face softening. I don't know, we'll find out together, breathe first. Okay, Mara nodded meekly. Bella, the ever-kind nurse, and Edwina's dedicated aide appeared, her face ashen. The sight of her made Mara's stomach drop. Your mother, Edwina, was rushed to the emergency room. There was a sharp drop in her vitals. The doctors are with her now, Bella said. Adrian stood nearby, hollow and unmoving. The weight of it pressed down on Mara. Her heart grew laden. Her legs trembled. She could barely stand. Lucian pulled her into his arms and held her differences set aside. Guilt pricked at him for not taking better care. Edwina had once been the biggest bargaining chip in their marriage. With Lucian at her side, their shared anguish briefly bridging the gulf between them, they waited outside the resuscitation room, led there by Bella. Mara and Lucian prayed to the moon goddess to keep her alive. Despite everything between him and Mara, Edwina had always treated Lucian fairly warmly. She had asked only one thing of him: take care of her daughter. Don't make her cry. For a moment, Lucian wondered if he'd ever had a mother. Would she have treated him the way Edwina did? His eyes stung with moisture. When Bella reappeared, her eyes usually full of hope held quiet despair. The once buzzing room had fallen still. The beeping had stopped. The rush of footsteps inside had gone silent. She wants to see you, Mara, Bella said softly. Mara entered the ward, Lucian close behind. Inside, the truth hit hard. The woman who had been her anchor lay so still. A weak body, pale lips, lifeless eyes, ragged, shallow breaths. It told Mara everything. Time was almost gone. Her eyes brimmed. Lucian stood close, despite their rifts, offering silent support. For a moment, Mara felt swept into an illusion. A dreamscape. A vast green field. Flowers dancing in the wind. The gentle glow of the sun painting everything gold. At the center stood Edwina, radiant young. She beckoned. Mara went to her, and their embrace was warm, whole. Mara laid her head in her mother's lap and listened as she told a story. Mara blinked back to the sterile room at the touch of her mother's voice. Life has its trials, my love, Edwina whispered. But you've always been resilient, and you're not alone. Tears welled in Mara's eyes. Edwina's gaze fell to the necklace at Mara's throat. My love, I couldn't reveal many things, and now I don't have time. But one day, everything will come to light. Believe in the moon goddess's blessings. You are my only child, and I love you with everything in me, Edwina said, voice thin, but steady. Don't worry, baby. Mommy is tired of this body. It hurts every day, but I'll watch you from the sky. I want to see you smile every day. You can do that for me, right? I will, Mara sobbed, promising. Lucian stood aside, a bitter weight in his chest. The future between him and Mara could be ugly. If Edwina knew and it grew worse, the guilt would crush him. Maybe this was for the best. Mara didn't know her husband's thoughts as she cried over her mother, fingers clutching at the sheet, praying for one more breath, one more smile. Light stabbed at her eyes when she cracked them open. She squeezed them shut, then tried again. Slower. Tears slid hot and unbidden from the strain. She shifted to her side and a sharp pain tore a groan from her throat. A soft touch warmed her hand. She turned her head. A kind-eyed nurse stood there. You're awake, Miss Mara, she said, relief softening her voice. What happened? Mara whispered, her voice rough, dry. Something was wrong, she felt it. She reached for the water on the bedside table, but her fingers snagged against the IV line taped to her arm. The nurse caught it first, slid a glass into Mara's hand, and helped her lift it. Thank you, Mara rasped, after a careful sip. What happened to me? She asked again. The words came easier, less sandpaper in her throat. You've been in a coma for the past few hours, the nurse said gently, brushing a stray lock from Mara's forehead. The shock of your mother's death overwhelmed you. Your body couldn't handle it, so it shut down. Then my mom's funeral. I need to go. The thought landed like a stone. She hadn't given her mother her rightful farewell. Don't worry, Miss Mara. Your husband has been here. He's taking care of everything. My father, where is he? The room sharpened into focus. He broke down when he saw your mother's body. He's admitted to the psychiatric ward. Mara stared at the ceiling. The words hit like cold rain. "I need to leave," was the only steady thought in the storm. Her gaze snagged on the IV line tethering her to the stand. Panic surged. She fumbled at the tape, desperate to be free. "I still need to do it on my own. I need to leave. I need to be discharged," she blurted, breath hitching. She had to be there for her mother. Before she could tear the line free, the door opened. Lucian filled the frame-tall, composed, and for once, not made of stone. Concern and relief flickered across his face. "Mara, calm down," he said. "Easy," he added, voice deep and steady as he moved to her side, catching her wrist before she could tug the IV. "Your body needs to recover, please. Let the fluids do their work." The concern in his voice stunned her. God. The first time he'd ever sounded gentle. "My mother?" She choked, locking eyes with him, searching for a scrap of empathy. "All this time you never once asked about her. She was everything to me." Lucian lowered his gaze, guilt shadowing his eyes. "Mara, her voice shook, but her will didn't. "I will handle her funeral. We may share a name and a roof, but in all this chaos you've been a stranger. Stay away." "But Mara, you're not well. Your body needs rest." "Let me handle it for you," he said, quieter now, trying to soothe. "Enough, stop being hypocritical," she snapped. "You never cared about her, or me, when she was alive. Now here you are acting concerned. You don't need to keep up the act. Go back to your mate and have a pup with her. I'll handle my mother's funeral. I don't want an outsider like you involved. She is my mother, and you don't need to pay for my father's bills. I'll take care of that too." Lucian's throat worked, but no defense came. Her words landed with brutal clarity. They said there was nothing between them. No marriage left at all. Mara was discharged and threw herself into the funeral arrangements. Through it all, Lucian stayed close, but silent, watching as she moved with a grace he had never truly seen in her before. Steady, unshakable. A daughter seeing her mother to rest. When Edwina's ashes found their final place, a soft hush fell over the mourners. The goodbye felt endless. Mara's chest ached, the last person who had ever truly cared for her. Gone. Tears slid down her cheeks, slow and unstoppable. Lucian watched her cry. He couldn't understand her pain. Not really, but he could feel its weight. Edwina was her only family. Now she had no one. He thought of how ill she'd been days ago, of the cold biting through her thin clothes. If she kept standing out here, she would collapse. He should take her home. And then, when she could breathe again, he needed to talk to her about the mess between him, Mara, and Camila. He approached, cautious. "Let me take you home, Mara. Don't be sad. I will be there for you." She lifted her gaze. Those beautiful eyes were dull with exhaustion and grief. A dry, humorless chuckle escaped her. "You will be there for me." "I will," he said, firmer this time. "You," she pressed. "I will." Another sad laugh then, quiet steel. "Lucian, if you'd said those words 3 months ago, I might have believed you, but you brought another woman into our marriage in the name of a fated mate. What if I did the same? Would you be fine with me taking a second husband?" "Mara!" His voice cracked into a shout. "Enough. Let's talk double standards, shall we? When your pretty mate accused me of sabotaging her clothes, did you investigate? Number you made me. Your Luna apologize in front of the pack. And then you introduced her as your mate in the future Luna. Everyone assumed she'd been the hidden Luna for the past 5 years. Did you correct them? You didn't." She looked worn to the bone, yet still breathtaking. Still burning. "My wolf and I were in agony every time you took her to your bed. You never spared me a word. And that day, right after I met Camila, my drink was drugged. We both had sex. You left me in an unknown bar like I was nothing." Lucian flinched. He'd never thought it would wound her like that. They were married, weren't they? Shouldn't it have been different? Hearing it out loud, he felt like filth. No excuse fit into his mouth. He had wronged her. Again and again. "I faced the committee elders, Lucian, alone. Yes, I couldn't save my son. I'm an Omega. But he was your son too. You're an Alpha. Why couldn't you protect him?" Her voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. You needed someone to take the blame for your failures. I was convenient. Everyone blamed me. I took it. I waited for you to change. You didn't. You disrespected me, our marriage, and our deceased son. You bought a woman, Lucian, you bought her. I cannot take any more. The words were calm, and they cut like glass. She could see it. How entitled he'd felt, as an alpha, as a man. Maybe he'd never see it for what it was, but she had to say it finally, to his face. She couldn't keep bleeding quietly while he lived untouched. She gave a small, bitter laugh at herself. What a fool she'd been, to hope he'd understand. If she went back, she knew exactly what would happen. They'd weaponize their incompetence, and she'd be buried under Luna duties while they basked. I know you and your mate lost 5 years, she said, steady. You both want time and company. If I return, I'll do all the Luna's work hiding like a worm, while I keep waiting tables at the hotel again. Camila will enjoy the title and take credit for my labor, just like she did for the past 5 years. Lucian, we're no better than strangers. We just share a house. That's it. She drew a breath, the cold burning her lungs. And listen. You keep blaming me for our son's death because you damn well feel guilty every time you see me. My face reminds you of your failure to save him, doesn't it? He swallowed hard. Maybe she was right. Our paths diverged long ago, Lucian. You didn't give me basic respect. I refuse to stay where I'm not respected. If you want to marry Camila, marry her. Keeping me by your side only turns me into something you can use. I won't be that. I will find a life that fits me. She exhaled a soft final sound. This is our goodbye. The next time we meet, it'll be in a lawyer's office. Lucian stood frozen. He had never heard her speak so much. Was this the end? He didn't stop her. He only watched as she walked away, each step sounding like a door closing. Before she disappeared from view, Bella, her mother's caregiver, found her. Their embrace was quiet, tender, threaded with grief. Two people bound by love for Edwina. Mara tried to press a small envelope into Bella's hands. Bella, eyes wet, shook her head. Thank you for serving my mother, Bella. Take this severance pay and start the life you want, Mara said. No, thanks, Mara. I loved being with her. And you took good care of me too. I have a life to live now. If there's a chance for us to meet again in the future, then we should. Mara nodded and turned away. The return to her childhood home was the hardest part. Her mother was everywhere, framed in photographs, woven into the fabric of the furniture, tucked into every corner like a memory waiting to be found. She began to pack the keepsakes that mattered, the small, precious pieces of a life shared. Each item carried the weight of a moment. Each touch reset the ache. The silence pressed in. She sank to the floor, tears falling freely. Then an acrid scent slipped under the door of her grief, burning. Her head snapped up. Her heart thudded hard against her ribs as the smell thickened, sharp and insistent. Something was on fire. Key H, negative, 31. The faint sting of burning wood, and something chemical, like melting plastic, pulled her forward, a moth to flame. Mara set down what she was holding and followed the scent out of the kitchen. As she moved through her small living room, the smell thickened, guiding her straight to her bedroom door. She hesitated. Those news reports about a string of house fires flashed through her mind. Number, not me, not tonight. She reached for the knob and yanked her hand back with a hiss. Searing heat bit into her palm. A blister swelled red and angry in seconds. Panic surged. Flames licked at the other side of the door. She bolted for the bathroom. The cold tile shocked her bare feet, a jolt against the heat clawing at her skin. She grabbed the thickest towel, cranked the tap, and drenched the fabric until it sagged heavy with water. Breathing hard, she went back to the bedroom door. With a deep breath, she wrapped the towel around the knob, braced herself, and eased it open. Horror met her. Flames leapt and twisted, devouring furniture, photos, the little hoarded keepsakes of her life. This fire wasn't right. It moved like it was alive, thinking, spreading too fast, choosing what to eat next. Thick, black smoke billowed, dimming everything, burning her lungs. Despair crashed over her, every memory gone. But there was no time to mourn. The fire was spreading. She had seconds, not minutes. She tried God. She tried. A splash from the sink, smothering with a blanket. Nothing held. The flames only roared higher. She ran to the front door, locked. Her stomach dropped. "What do we do?" Zoya asked, tight and urgent. "Can we shift?" Mara rasped, coughing. "That way we'll die faster. My fur will catch fire and our body will take the worst of it," Zoya snapped. "We should do something. Call someone." "I will." Her gaze darted to the coffee table. Her phone was already a warped, smoking shape. Useless. She staggered to the window and peered through the smoke for help. Outside, lingering under the street lamp, she saw the same men who'd come before to collect her mother's ex-boyfriend, Joshua's debt. Their faces were hard, hungry. They weren't here to help. Worse, they'd scare off anyone who tried. She closed her eyes for half a heartbeat. "I wish Lucian were here." "Why would he?" Zoya bit out. "He's probably off celebrating our mother's death with his bitch, mate. If we breathe in more of this, we'll lose our connection," Mara croaked. "I can't lose you, not now." Her chest burned. Each breath came shallow, ragged. She fought to keep the link steady, but the smoke was stealing strength and air. Voices drifted in from the hall, low and uncertain. "She needs to know we aren't joking," Jace muttered, nerves flickering in his eyes. "But did it have to come to this?" Victor sneered, irritation curdling his voice. She had her chance to pay. This is just a lesson. The smoke thickened. The fire's heat shoved into the corridor, bright and hungry. Their confidence faltered. From where she crouched, Mara saw their fear bloom. "Vic, this wasn't the plan. It's out of control," Marco shouted, voice cracking on the last word. Victor shot him a look that promised pain, but even he couldn't hide the worry edging his eyes. The living room had become a torch, old wood and threadbare carpet feeding the blaze. The hallway glowed an angry orange. Survival took over. Coughing, tripping. The collectors turned and ran. The building's alarms shrieked, a howling chorus over the roar of flame. They didn't look at Mara. To them, she was collateral, forgotten, expendable. They sprinted for their lives. She was alone with the inferno. Heat pressed in from every side. The world narrowed to smoke and fire and the savage drum of her heart. She swayed, vision spotting black. Number focus. Move. The front door was gone. The fire had claimed it. The window. Second floor, yes, but it was a chance. She stumbled to the bedroom window and tore the curtains aside. A slap of cold air kissed her face. The latch stuck, months unused, but adrenaline burned through her. She shoved until it jolted free and the pane flew open. The drop was too far to jump safely. Think, she grabbed her thick duvet, knotted the corners into a makeshift rope, and wound the other end around the sturdy leg of her dresser. She yanked hard, it held. "Please hold," she whispered, throat raw. She swung her legs out, gripped the fabric, and began to lower herself. The knots burned her palms, the wet towel slipping from her blistered hand. She slid the last few feet and dropped to the grass. Pain shot up her ankle, bright and sharp. No time. Sirens wailed close now. Behind her, her apartment flared, a lighthouse of fire against the night. A sleek black car rolled toward the building, tinted windows gleaming. Her gut lurched. High-level collectors drove cars like that. Run. She pushed herself up and fled, limping through back alleys, vaulting a low fence. Breath hitching. Every engine's purr sounded like it belonged to that black car. Every shadow felt like a hand reaching. The black car slid to a stop at the curb. Doors opened. Leonard and Laura spilled out. Early 50s, faces carved with worry. Leonard, tall and graying at the temples, stared up at the blaze and felt his stomach drop. Laura's hazel eyes, aunts warm, were wide with fear as she clutched his arm. They had spent years searching for Scylla, their daughter lost to them for so long. A tip had led them here. This apartment was their last best hope. Fire trucks screamed in, light strobing red and white. Firefighters hauled hoses, barking orders over the chaos. Neighbors clustered on the sidewalk, hands over mouths, eyes reflecting orange. Paramedics waited, doors open, gurneys ready. From the smoke-drenched entrance, firefighters emerged carrying a charred body. In one blackened hand, a wallet still clung. Leonard stepped forward on shaking legs. He took the wallet, opened it. An ID card stared back at him. Scylla. Laura's knees buckled. Leonard caught her as she sagged, his own eyes flooding. The reunion they'd chased for years had been snatched away at the threshold. He held his unconscious wife and broke, shoulders shaking in the siren, lit dark. They didn't see Mara slip onto the main road, clothes streaked with soot, eyes wide and glassy. She flagged down a cab with a flailing arm. It squealed to a stop. She climbed in, collapsing against the seat. Relief trembled through her thin, fragile. The driver's eyes met hers in the rearview mirror. A gleam cold, wrong. Before she could react, he twisted around and swung. Pain exploded at her temple. Darkness rushed in as the cab shot forward, engine growling, stealing her into the night while the street behind pulsed with fire and grief and unanswered questions. She tried to fight the pull, tried to form a word, a cry for help, but her body felt heavy, leaden. Her vision tunneled, sound dimming to a dull hum. Then, nothing. She climbed into the cab and let out a shaky, relieved sigh. "Please, drive me to the Pax Hotel," she told the driver. Soot clung to her skin. Her face was blackened by smoke and heat, her hair stiff with ash. No one would recognize her at a glance. But if someone looked closely, they might. She felt weak. Dizzy, she needed rest, needed a bed, but she couldn't stop now. They would think she was dead. Good. Use it. Take the chance and leave this place. She needed to borrow money from her employer. With that, she could run, flee the pack, disappear. Her thoughts tangled. Too many problems. No clear answers. Right now, just leave, leave. A sudden pain stabbed the back of her head. The world tilted, swaying in a wrong, liquid way. She tried to cry out, but no sound came. Something went silent inside her, too. The thread to her wolf snapped. Zoya. She reached for the wolf, empty. Why can't I connect with her? What's happening? Can't I escape? Do those debt collectors know I ran? If yes, how? Didn't I cover my tracks? Where did I slip? The darkness took her before she could think further. Her hand curved over her belly as if shielding it from a blow. Silas! She whispered her son's name, the only man she had ever truly loved. Maybe that was why his name slipped out. And then there was nothing. When she blinked awake, she met darkness. Damp air pressed against her skin, the sour scent of moss and mildew filling her nose. Pain thrummed through her body when she tried to move. "Ar," she groaned, forcing herself upright as far as she could. Rope bit into her wrists and ankles. She was tied to a chair bound tight, movement strangled to inches. A single yellow bulb dangled above her, throwing a sickly circle of light around her feet. Beneath the floor, the steady hush of waves rose and fell. A boat, a yacht, out at sea. She reached for Zoya again. Nothing. Something blocked her, a force that deadened the bond. Tired, empty. She stopped trying focus. Listen, breathe. The swell of water, the creak of wood, the faint thud of footsteps. "Oh, you're finally awake." Camilla's voice slithered from behind, mocking, sweet as poison. Goosebumps prickled down Mara's arms. Camilla stepped into the light in a red dress and sat across from her. Even here, with sea and sun somewhere just beyond these walls, she looked stunning. Stunning, and soaked in venom. "How do you feel, Mara?" Camilla asked, every word a sneer. "Comfortable." "Camilla, let me go. How could you do this to me? I'm leaving this pack, and you still create trouble for me. This is illegal," Mara panted, anger sharpening her voice. Camilla laughed. A high, delighted sound, like she'd just heard the best joke in the world. "Are you serious, bitch? Huh?" She tilted her head, smiling in a way that wasn't a smile. "You think I'd believe you? As long as you exist, his mark stays. Your existence is a threat to me." How could I let you go? T.S. Cake. You're so naive. I am leaving this pack, Camila. I'll reject this mate bond even if it kills me. Just let me go. This is illegal, and you don't want blood on your hands. Don't worry. Camila's smile sharpened. I'm the future Luna. The law means nothing to me. Besides, you're a replacement, a castaway. No one cares if you live or die. Venom dripped from every word. Mara's chest ached. She knew the truth in it, and still it hurt. A replacement. The real thing had returned, and replacements were thrown away. Were you behind the fire? Mara asked, voice low. From what she'd seen, Camila would do anything to get what she wanted. Oh, yes. A fitting candidate for Luna, aren't I? Camila's eyes glittered. Too bad you won't be Luna anymore. I gave your details to the debt collectors, sent them to your door. Yes, I nudged them, gaslighted them a bit. I didn't expect your good-for-nothing mother would die so soon, but I'm glad she did it herself. Otherwise, I'd have had to make a plan. Do something messy, soil my hands. Now I don't have to. Her smile curdled. But you, because of that old witch, my man stayed with you. How dare you steal his time? He should be with me. Anyway, the old witch is dead, and you will die too. She sighed, theatrical and relieved. Unlike you, your mother was lucky. She died naturally, without my interference, saved me the trouble. Mara had thought Camila might at least pretend innocence. But no masks today. Fury burned through the fog in her mind. This woman. She'd wronged Mara and her mother in ways she couldn't have imagined. Mara didn't think she moved. She jerked the chair hard. A jagged nail along the leg caught Camila's calf with a tearing scrape. "Arr!" Camila screamed, the sound ragged with shock. Blood welled and slid down her leg. A ballerina's eyes, those precious legs, went wild with rage. She lunged, seized Mara by the front of her shirt, hauled her up, and slapped her across the face. Heat flashed. A sting split skin. Warm blood tracked down Mara's cheek. "Ah!" the cry echoed in the cramped room. "You fucking bitch! How dare you do this to me? You just sped up your death." Camila's voice shook with fury. "You leech! You clung to Lucian for so long and wouldn't let him go. And now you dare hurt my legs. How dare you? You're nothing but a lowly Omega who couldn't even save your little bastard. You should have handed over your place and left. But you stayed. How dare you, bitch?" She leaned close, breath hot. "You even stole my Luna position while I was away. Do you know what you did? You angered me. I'll punish you with death. You're just a lowly Omega. You're not qualified to fight me. You don't have the caliber. You're a paper tiger," she hissed. "All show on the surface, weak inside. I know how to break you piece by piece." Mara stared back, heart pounding. Camila was unhinged. She had to get out. Had to. "If I'm so low in your eyes," Mara said, voice steadying, "then why design all of this just to erase me from Lucian's life? Why target me? Why go to such lengths to frame me? And now walk me step by step toward death? Why bother? If I'm nothing?" Her words snapped something. Camila's eyes flared. She snarled, fingers clamping around Mara's throat. With her other hand, she slashed the rope binding Mara to the chair, freeing her just enough to drag her. "Now, fall into the ocean. Feed the fish. At least be useful to them," Camila whispered, almost lovingly, and shoved. Cold swallowed her. The light above became a coin, then a pinprick. The sea boomed against her ears, filling her nose with salt. She kicked, reaching for anything air rope. "Zoya, please. God, if you're there, help me. I don't want to end like this." -33. By the sea, the rhythm of waves against the shore, tangled with the gentle rustle of palm fronds, nudged Mara from sleep. Salt lingered on her tongue as consciousness returned. When her eyes fluttered open, a sunlit room greeted her, washed in gold and turquoise, mirroring the sea beyond. She lay on a simple rustic bed fashioned from rounded white logs, the same pale wood that framed the walls and roof of the small cabin. The timber carried a soothing scent, like pine with a warm tropical undertone. Sitting up, She took a moment to steady herself. A thin white curtain danced in the breeze, drifting in from an open window that framed endless blue, a calm horizon, gulls swooping low to claim their breakfast from the glittering surface. Her feet found the warm wooden floor, and she drifted toward the window to drink in the view. The heat pressed softly against her skin, heavy but not harsh. Every so often, a playful gust swept through, cool as a sip of water in the sun. Outside, a sandy path led straight from the cabin door to the beach. A hammock hung between two coconut trees, swaying lazily, its shadow rocking over the golden sand. A muffled clank cut through the serenity, metal striking metal. Mara turned toward the small kitchen. Through the open window she saw a woman, back bent over an old oven. The door seemed jammed. Sparks popped at the hinge as the woman pried at it with a metal utensil. Mara didn't think she moved. She sprinted to the kitchen and burst through the door. "Wait, be careful." Startled, the woman flinched, looking up just as Mara reached her. Mara caught her wrist and tugged her back from the heat. They stood there for a heartbeat, breathless. The room buzzed with tension and the scent of slightly burned bread. "I am so sorry," the woman said, cheeks flushing. "This oven, it is ancient. I thought I could handle it, but clearly I was wrong." "It's all right," Mara said, voice gentle. "It just looked like you might get hurt. These old ovens can be unpredictable." She crouched, eyeing the warped hinge. "Looks like the latch is misaligned. May I?" At the woman's nod, Mara grabbed a cloth, shielded her hands, and worked the door carefully back into place. With a firm push, it clicked shut. The woman let out a long breath. "Thank you." A shaky smile passed between them. Relief and something like shared relief in the face of a stubborn appliance. Mara studied her kind eyes and open face. She felt it in her bones, safety. And yet, she couldn't remember this woman, or this place, or anything at all. The woman pulled vegetables and a wrapped fish from the fridge and set them on the counter. Then she truly looked at Mara, her eyes softening, as if something had just clicked into place. "You are awake?" she asked, voice low and soothing, like a lullaby. "How do you feel? Any pain anywhere?" Mara straightened, and the room tilted, just a little. Everything felt unfamiliar. The worn Persian rug, the seashell trinkets perched on wooden shelves, the lantern hanging where a light should be. She reached for her memories, and caught nothing, missed, empty air. I can't remember anything," she whispered, a tremor in her voice. "Who are you? Why am I here?" Her questions tumbled out, helpless and urgent. "How am I here? How did I get hurt?" "I remember nothing. How are we connected?" Concern deepened the woman's expression, surprise flickering beneath it. "Oh dear," she murmured. She drew a steadying breath. "I'm Sandra. You're in glitter-pack territory. I found you unconscious by the shore and brought you here." Seeing confusion still clouding Mara's eyes, Sandra added gently, "I'm an Omega werewolf." Werewolf. The word left Mara in a hush strange on her tongue, and yet not entirely alien. Sandra's gaze dipped to Mara's neck. She reached out, fingertips brushing a fine silver chain. From it hung a small pendant delicate, engraved with the name Mara. "This must be your name," Sandra said softly, lifting the pendant so she could see. Mara breathed in steady and deep. The cool weight of it grounded her. "Mara," she repeated under her breath, as if coaxing the word into the shape of herself. "I don't remember, but thank you, Sandra, for helping me." The mating mark Lucian had left on her years ago had faded now. Perhaps that was why her body felt fragile, her strength thinned. And with the memory loss, Zoya had gone quiet, vanished into the hush. "The sea brought you to me," Sandra murmured, eyes warm. "It's almost poetic, don't you think? I've always felt close to the ocean, and now it's as if the sea has gifted me a companion." Mara turned toward the horizon, where light glittered across rolling waves. "I may not remember much, but the sea, it feels familiar, comforting." Sandra smiled and reached up to tuck a stray lock behind Mara's ear. "Then let it be from now on. I'll call you Mara, my gift from the sea, and from the locket at your throat. Someone who loved you must have given it to you. Don't take it off." A soft chuckle escaped Mara, the affection loosening a knot in her chest. "That sounds wonderful, Sandra." "Mara?" she whispered again, as if imprinting it. At the name, voices stirred, a chorus of different tones calling to her. But they blurred together, indistinct. Pain stabbed behind her eyes. Number. She wouldn't force it, not yet. They let silence settle, companionable and calm, while waves sang beyond the walls and gulls cried overhead. Sandra's knife tapped a gentle rhythm as she chopped vegetables. After a while, Sandra cleared her throat. "Practical, careful, Mara," she said, choosing each word. "I think your memory loss might be from the trauma of drowning. It's likely temporary. With time and familiarity, things may come back." "Do you really think so?" Sandra nodded. "I do. And while you're here, if you'd like, I could use some help around the house. And with my work. The sea keeps me busy, and doing it all alone is a lot. If you help me, I'll pay you. It's only fair." Relief washed over Mara, purpose a foothold. "That sounds good to me. At least until I figure things out, or remember something." "It's settled," Sandra said, her smile brightening the room. "And remember, if you ever wish to leave or if your memories pull you elsewhere, you're free to go. This is your journey, Mara. I'm just glad to walk beside you, even for a little while." From that day on, they moved together in quiet rhythm. Two women bound by the sea's mysteries. They worked side by side, took comfort in each other's presence, and listened to the waves while they waited for the past to surface. 2 months slid by days, stitched with laughter, salt, and sun. The wooden house felt warmer now, lived in. Mara's presence filled it. Her quick smile, her soft hum under her breath, and sometimes that faraway look that hinted at memories lost in the shadows. She had become indispensable to Sandra, companion, helper, friend. They watched sunset shoulder to shoulder, their bond deepened with every tide. Yet always there lingered the quiet truth. Mara's past waited, locked behind a door neither of them could see. Fleeting images would flash like snatches of a dream fading on waking. But nothing would hold. One humid afternoon, Sandra returned from the city, dust on her shoes, a sun flush on her cheeks. Without a word, she set a glossy magazine on the coffee table, with a soft thud, then headed straight for the kitchen for water. Curious, Mara leaned over the magazine. The title read Modern Lifestyles, bold and bright. But it wasn't the headline that caught her breath. It was the man on the cover. Piercing blue eyes. A strong, familiar jawline. He stared out from the page, and something inside her lurched, then blurred like a memory trying to break the surface. A huge, fiery wave seemed to crash into the shore and straight through Mara's chest as she stared at the man in the magazine. He looked painfully attractive and familiar. A blurry memory stirred, but as always, it slipped out of reach. Even the room felt unfamiliar. So did everything in it. The man's handsome features tugged at her heart, chiseled jawline, deep-set eyes, that confident smirk like something out of a fairy tale. Most would sigh in admiration. For Mara, it sparked something else. Each time she tried to focus on his eyes, a pang of sadness hit, as if her heart recognized what her mind couldn't. She clutched the magazine tighter, eyebrows drawing together. "Why does my heart hurt?" she murmured. A single tear slid down and splashed onto the glossy cover, blooming into a wet patch. Sandra leaned over her shoulder, trying to see what had hooked Mara's attention. The moment she spotted the man on the cover, her eyes glinted with mischief. "Lucian's caught your fancy, has he?" Mara blinked and tore her gaze away. "Who is he?" Sandra leaned against the kitchen counter and took a slow sip of her drink. "That's Lucian Rudolph," she said, drawing out his name, alpha of the neighboring Lethe pack. "And trust me, he's not just another face. Almost every female werewolf around here has at some point daydreamed about him." Mara glanced back at the cover, studying his piercing eyes and that easy, commanding stance. "What's so special about him?" Sandra chuckled. For the longest time, he was the most eligible bachelor. There were whispers he was married, but no one had seen his wife. So everyone assumed he was a lone alpha, a heart yet to be won. He has to be either a lone wolf who lies or a very loving husband. But in my opinion, a loving husband wouldn't hide his wife. He'd show her off to the world, like a trophy. So, I'm betting Lone Wolf. Mara's expression turned inward. It's odd, but there's a twinge of something when I look at him. It's not attraction, more like pain, she murmured, half to herself. Was she overthinking? The thought tangled and stalled. Sandra watched, intrigued. And now the mystery deepens. Out of nowhere, he announced his Luna to the world Camila, the ballet dancer. The entire community's buzzing. From being a hidden figure to being named the mate of one of the most powerful alphas, it's a tale right out of a storybook. The room fell quiet, just the subtle rustle of magazine pages and the distant sound of waves. At the name Camila, something inside Mara jolted sharp electric. Camila. The whisper left her on a breath, raw enough to make Sandra look up. The name felt wrong in her mouth. Fear strange and sour surged through her mind. Something unlocked. A quick flash. A woman in red shoes. Mara's pupils dilated, her gaze going far, far away. The air seemed to thicken. In a blink, the kitchen blurred into a swirl of color. A vibrant red dress spun in bright sunlight, whirling, blinding. Its fabric wrapped around a figure Camila, or someone else. The image trembled, out of focus. Raised voices echoed distant, as if through a wall. Wind brushed her face. The air reeked faintly of anger. A confrontation heated, intimate caught at the edge of memory. She reached for it. It slipped like sand. Gasping, Mara gripped the edge of the table to anchor herself. Her breath came ragged. Her heart pounded. The flood of fragments left her shaky and raw. Sandra rushed to her side and steadied her. "Hey, are you okay? Talk to me, Mara." I don't know," she stammered. "I felt like I saw something from my past, but it wasn't clear. Flashes, emotions, a scene, and then fog." She pressed a hand to her temple and squeezed her eyes shut. My head." Sandra sighed and pulled her into a gentle embrace. "It'll come back. Whatever's hidden, we'll face it together." They stood there, quiet, the sea whispering through the open window. Sandra carefully turned the pages until she found a glossy spread of Lucian and Camila. They looked impeccable together, their beauty almost ethereal, caught in a string of polished, staged moments. "See here," Sandra said, pointing. The sun highlighted their profiles, warm and golden. Their eyes met, their bodies leaned in, but something felt off. "They may look perfect," Sandra murmured, tracing Camila's face. "But look closer. It's like two different puzzle pieces forced to fit. Stunning, sure, but their souls seem to sing different tunes. They might be beautiful, successful, maybe even compatible for the cameras," she added softly. "But together, no, they don't read as true to me." Mara leaned in. Lucian's gaze burned intense. Camila's held a quiet restraint. Their hands intertwined, yet a sliver of distance lingered in their posture. A knot coiled tight in Mara's stomach. She had the urge to reach into the glossy page and pull them apart, or to stand between them. "I can't explain it," she whispered, voice trembling. "Looking at them is like hearing a song I know, but I can't remember the words. There's something about them, or between them and me. I just can't place it." She took a breath and couldn't seem to release the tension in her shoulders. The sight of the couple made her skin prickle. Why? Her gut kept insisting she wasn't imagining it. There has to be a connection. Otherwise, why this reaction? Those flashes, they meant something, didn't they? She sat there, trying to process the emotions the magazine had stirred up, heart twisting in turmoil. Sandra's phone rang from the other room, shrill, insistent. She hurried in to answer it. "Hello." "Oh, yes, this is Sandra." Her voice tilted with surprise, then brightened. Mara leaned against the doorway, watching. After a few minutes of animated chatter, Sandra hung up, beaming. "That was the Caramel Hotel. They want our catch for a grand event tomorrow. Mara, this is huge. If we impress them, we could become their regular suppliers." Mara's face lit. "That's amazing, Sandra. Congratulations." "Thank you. This could change everything for us," Sandra said, eyes sparkling. "I need to prepare the best batch." "You should," Mara grinned. "Do you need any help?" "No need. I'll take care of it," Sandra said, waving off the offer. "Okay, rest now tomorrow. You've got to deliver the order first thing in the morning to the Caramel Hotel. Of course. I need my beauty sleep, she said, throwing a dramatic hand to her forehead. They laughed. The day flew by as they prepared, sorting, packing, icing, their best catch for tomorrow's massive order. Excitement tingled through the house. That night they shared a sumptuous dinner before turning in. Morning broke differently. A harsh cough ripped through the quiet and jolted Mara awake. She hurried to Sandra's room. Sandra lay bundled in a blanket, pale and damp with sweat. Hey, are you okay? What's wrong? Mara asked, concern slicing through her voice. Sandra tried to sit up, winced, and sank back. I don't know. I feel terrible. I can't believe I'm sick today of all days. Mara pressed a hand to her forehead. Heat pulsed under her palm. You have a fever. You need to rest. Sunlight slipped through the slats of the wooden cottage as Mara blinked awake and rubbed the grit from her eyes. Her body screamed at her, a rough voice in her head snapping. Sleep, woman, sleep. Your body needs fucking sleep. She ignored it. Today was their big day, their biggest order yet. If they pulled this off, more orders would follow, more money. Dollar signs all but danced in her eyes. She had no idea when her memory would return. Until then, she'd travel once she had enough cash in her pocket. So she'd help Sandra as much as she could. They'd prepped the batch last night for the hotel delivery. In the storage room, Mara checked the goods. Fresh, perfect. She frowned. Sandra wasn't there. A glance at her wristwatch. Sandra should be on her way back from the sea by now. Mara waited at the entrance for a few minutes, unease prickling her skin. Strange. What if she's still sleeping? She headed straight to Sandra's bedroom. Her breath stalled. Sandra was still in bed, still asleep. By now, she'd usually be up and on her way home. Sandra, what's wrong? Why are you still asleep? Don't you remember we need to deliver the order now? Mara's voice rose, tight with worry. She crossed the room and placed a hand on Sandra's forehead. Heat flashed against her palm, burning hot. Fever, overwork, had knocked her down. Sandra, hey! Mara tried to rouse her, but Sandra barely stirred, drifting in and out of consciousness. I need to do something, medicine. Where is it? She muttered, rushing out. The first aid kit was in the kitchen. She grabbed it, porridge on the stove. Water set to boil. A soft towel soaked in a bowl of cold water. She carried everything back to the bedroom. Sandra was struggling to sit up. Wait, let me help you, Mara said, easing her back against the headboard. She laid the cool towel across Sandra's brow. She pressed a warm cup into Sandra's hands and passed a second cup to spit into. Sandra rinsed, gargled, and spat. Mara whisked it away, then helped her to the bathroom to relieve herself. When Sandra returned, Mara re-soaked the towel and set it back on her forehead. Sandra, have this hot porridge before you take the medicine, she said gently. Something shifted in Sandra's gaze. Soft, grateful. She'd lived alone for years. Now she had a partner. She ate, swallowed the pills, and a hint of color returned to her cheeks. Strength flickered through her limbs. Mara, I'll go do the delivery. Wait for me, Sandra said, pushing up on shaky arms. Number Mara's tone cut clean. Let the order be. You need to rest. It's not that, Mara. This order is a big one, Sandra tried, voice low but firm. A no means no, Mara shot back, glare sharp. It's a hard chance for us, Sandra insisted. It's not easy to get an order from Caramel Hotel. But you're sick, Sandra. You needed my help just to go to the bathroom. How can I be at ease with you riding 30 kilometers to the Caramel Hotel? Absolute no, you're not leaving the house. Sit back and rest. I don't want to give up this chance just because I'm sick, Sandra said, stubbornness burning through the fever. Many distinguished guests will be there tonight. We need to grab the chance and shine. Her persistence didn't waver. Mara exhaled, then nodded once. I'll deliver the goods to the hotel, she said quietly. It's the only solution that fits for now. Sandra's hand found her arm. I appreciate it, Mara, I do. But you're still recovering from memory loss. The wolf within you is in a deep slumber, and you might not know the process. Plus, you've never been to the center of the pack. I know, Mara said. But don't worry. If I don't know something, I'll ask. We've got a team. They'll back us. Sandra hesitated. It's just the pack can be intimidating. I've heard stories about how they operate. I'm not sure I can handle it on my own. Mara squeezed her shoulder. You're not on your own, we're a team. If anything feels off, call me, or anyone on the team will guide you through it. Sandra's tense expression eased by a fraction. She sighed, giving in, all right, Mara. I'll trust you on this. Promise you'll stay in contact. If anything doesn't feel right, you tell me immediately. I will, Mara said, warm and steady. I promise. Sandra still looked worried, but there was resolve beneath it. I'm really concerned, but there's nothing else we can do right now. I know, Mara answered. We've come too far to turn back. Let me do it for now. Sandra reached into her pocket and pulled out the motorcycle key and a carefully folded set of clothes, dyed to match the color of the mysterious pack they'd been entrusted with. She pressed them into Mara's hands. Take these, put on the clothes, and the Caramel Hotel will recognize you as their partner. If you hit a snag or need help, contact me. I'll do my best, Mara said, nerves and determination warring in her chest. We have to make this mission a success. Remember, Sandra added, as Mara checked the clothes, once you're recognized, the hotel staff should assist you. Trust your instincts and don't take unnecessary risks. I won't let you down, Mara said, the weight of responsibility settling into place. We trained for this. We can handle it. I know you can, Sandra whispered, a small, reassuring smile breaking through. Be careful. We'll regroup as soon as you're done at the hotel. Mara rode deeper into the heart of the wolf pack. The towering pines flanked the winding road, their emerald needles shivering in the breeze. The air smelled of damp earth and resin. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappled shadows sliding over the path like moving water. Cabins appeared between the trees, thin trails of white smoke curling from their chimneys. Wolves in work clothes crossed her path. Tools on shoulders, hands in soil, eyes curious. Mara had no memory of this part of the territory. Everything felt new and strange. Guards stopped her more than once. Eyes sharp, posture watchful. Sandra had prepared her well. Mara handed over her credentials each time. Confident, calm, they waved her through without fuss. Her shoulders loosened a notch. At last, the Caramel Hotel rose ahead, proud and bustling. The building looked like a majestic sailboat, painted in warm caramel hues that gleamed in the sun. Tall masts reached skyward, flags snapping in bright colors, as if the whole place might lift and sail. Mara stared, awed by the design. The glitter pack wore its maritime heritage openly. Here, the sea wasn't a backdrop. It was a heartbeat. The busy square around the hotel thrummed with life. She remembered Sandra's words about the pack's ties to the ocean. How many here worked the sea as well as the land? The hotel's nautical soul made sense now. Every detail she'd passed pointed to it. Heart steadying, purpose clear, Mara stepped inside. The lobby was as striking as the exterior polished wooden floors, walls lined with maritime art, and the warm, rich scent of fresh pastries and coffee drifting through the air. It felt welcoming, alive. She entered the hotel with Sandra's catch. As Mara stood in the opulent lobby of the Caramel Hotel, the bustle and shine filled her with equal parts awe and uncertainty. The grandeur was a world away from the quiet sea she knew. She clutched the huge bag Sandra had given her, a reminder of the delivery she'd promised to complete. A staff member approached, crisp uniform, practiced smile. Seeing Mara's plain clothes, they guided her to a quiet corner of the lobby. Excuse me, could you kindly wait here for a moment? Mara nodded. The plush carpet cushioned her feet, a strange contrast to the grit of sand she was used to. The air hummed with hushed conversations. Glasses clinked from the lounge. She let her eyes drift over the marble and gilded trim, mind slipping back to the seaside cabin. And to Sandra's trust. Footsteps approached from behind. Mara turned. A well-dressed woman stood there, refined and steady, her gaze sweeping over Mara's clothes. Excuse me, the woman asked politely. Could you possibly take me to the ballroom? Mara blinked. The woman looked closer. Her breath caught. Her expression faltered, then cracked. Recognition flashed like lightning across her face. Mara? Her voice trembled. Is it really you? Before Mara could react, the woman stepped forward and pulled her into an embrace, ignoring the travel-stained clothes. I can't believe it's you, she whispered, then broke into quiet, shaking sobs. I've dreamt about you countless times. In my dreams you were there, and when I woke up, it was like losing you all over again. Just tell me you're real, please. The name stirred something faint and slippery inside Mara. Familiar and foreign all at once. She hesitated, then gently rested her hands on the woman's back, offering what comfort she could. I'm sorry, I don't remember, she said softly. Pain shadowed the woman's face. For a heartbeat she looked lost, as if the floor had shifted beneath her. Still, she held on, then eased her grip. I am sorry, but I am not the person you're looking for, Mara added. Careful, kind. Wait. Do you have any burns? Are you okay? The woman's hands trembled as she searched Mara's arms, her sleeves, desperate for proof. I'm sorry, miss. You've mistaken me. I've never been in a fire. I don't have any burns. The woman shook her head, eyes bright with a fierce certainty. No, I can definitely recognize you, even if you were mixed with 3,000 doppelgangers of you. She drew a breath, hope sparking. She caught Mara's arm, gentle but urgent. Come with me. There's something I want to show you today. Your family is here too. They'll be so happy to meet you. Duty tugged at Mara like an anchor. Sandra's face rose in her mind, the promise. I can't leave right now, she said, regret threading through her voice. I promised someone I'd wait here. I need to make a delivery. The woman flinched, disappointment sliding across her features. But she nodded slowly. I see. I'm really sorry, Mara said, sincere. Maybe another time. I understand. It's just, I've been waiting for this moment for so long. I'm sorry, Mara repeated, quieter. The woman gathered herself, offered a fragile smile and stepped back. It's all right. Just wait here. I'll be right back, with your family. Please don't go anywhere. They've been searching for you for years. She turned and hurried away, disappearing into the crowd. Silence swelled around Mara, the lobby's music turning distant. Longing pressed at her ribs, an ache for answers she didn't have. But the bag in her hand, Sandra's trust held her steady. Excuse me. A woman in a hotel uniform stood before her, professional and composed. The management has requested your presence. If you could come with me, please? Mara blinked, pulled from her thoughts. Curiosity prickled. Of course, she said, offering a small, polite smile. She picked up the huge delivery bag and followed the staff member down quiet corridors, past framed cityscapes, and the glow of brass sconces. They entered a lavish office with wide windows overlooking the city. The staff member stepped aside. Behind a mahogany desk sat a poised, middle-aged woman. She looked up and smiled, warm but assessing. Ah, you must be the one they told me about. Please, have a seat. Mara sat, keeping the bag by her feet. I'm Mara. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mara. I'm Evelyn, the manager of the Caramel Hotel. I was actually expecting Sandra to come here, Evelyn said, folding her hands. Yes. She was supposed to make this delivery, but she fell sick at the last minute. She's resting now. She can't even lift a finger. I'm her assistant, so I came to deliver the goods she prepared for you. If needed, you can call her to confirm. Mara offered her phone and the ID Sandra had given her. It's fine, Evelyn said with a nod. Since Sandra sent you, we'll accept the delivery. I'll have our chef check the goods first, and then we'll talk about the payment. She rang a bell. Moments later, the chef arrived, inspected the contents carefully, then gave Evelyn a firm nod. Miss Mara, the goods are approved. As for the payment, you don't need to discuss it with me, Mara said gently, but firm. Please wire the money to Sandra's account, as you negotiated before. Evelyn smiled, appreciative. Understood. Mara rose with the empty bag, offered a grateful nod, and stepped out of the office. The hum of the hotel folding around her once more. They stopped at a pair of double doors that led to the back kitchen of the hotel's renowned restaurant. The doors swung open, and the world burst into motion and scent. The kitchen was vast, bustling, meticulously organized. Stainless steel counters gleamed under bright lights. Chefs moved with quiet precision, knives singing against boards, pans hissing as flames kissed their edges. Fresh ingredients were categorized and stored in neat zones. Vibrant vegetables in stacked crates, cuts of meat wrapped and labeled with care. It was a dance of culinary excellence, and Mara stood at its edge, amazed. She traded the catch from her delivery, silver bright and cold, to the touch. Feeling pride curl, warm in her chest. And humility, too. A young woman from a different world standing in the heart of Pac's most prestigious hotel, contributing in her own small way to its masterpiece. With the transaction complete, she said her goodbyes to the bustling kitchen and stepped back into the corridor. Her sense of direction slipped for a breath, and she chose the wrong door. The shift was immediate. Gone were the opulent hallways and the perfume of exquisite cuisine. She stepped into a quiet garden courtyard, lush, green, and still. Flowers bloomed in soft clusters, tall trees cast dapples of shade. A fountain murmured nearby, its steady trickle soothing the air. Mara blinked. For a moment, she just stood there, absorbing the calm. She found a bench and sat only to realize she was alone. No maps, no signposts, no staff in sight. Wonder ebbed into uncertainty. With a small sigh, she rose, scanning for any hint of where to go next. The garden's peace was undeniable, but disorienting. Then, voices, faint at first, growing clearer. Laughter, conversation echoing down a corridor. Relief sparked in her chest. She followed the sound, steps quickening, the murmurs growing louder until she reached the entrance to a spacious lounge. The lounge was warm with life plush furnishings, soft lamplight, elegant decor. Groups talked easily. Some settled on deep couches, others standing by tall windows that framed a sweep of city lights. Mara exhaled, people direction. She felt a little out of place, simple clothes, unfamiliar surroundings. Yet she moved forward anyway. She approached a small group near the windows and caught the eye of a friendly-looking woman. "Excuse me," she said, her voice careful. "Could you tell me how to get back to the lobby?" "Of course," the woman smiled, eyes crinkling. "Head back down the corridor you came from, and you'll hit the main hallway. The lobby is right there." "Thank you," Mara murmured, tension easing. She retraced her steps, the corridor welcoming her back like a familiar path. Soon the opulent halls unfolded around her again, marble, gold trim, polished mirrors. Despite the detour, a small, steady sense of accomplishment settled in. She'd found her way through one of the hotel's hidden corners and back to where she needed to be. The experience left her with a richer appreciation for the place, its grand gestures and its quiet retreats. As she neared the lobby, a thought lingered. This hotel held layers. Both the magnificent and the still that came together to create something remarkable. As she walked, footsteps soft against polished marble, a door caught her eye unlike any she'd seen. Royal blue, satin patterns traced across its surface. Glistening jewels caught the ambient light, winking like stars. It radiated mystery and luxury, and it tugged at her curiosity. She drew closer. Voices drifted from beyond it, low, indistinct, inviting. Mara lifted her hand and knocked, polite and measured. No answer. The conversation inside continued lively, oblivious. Her pulse quickened. Seconds passed. Curiosity won. She grasped the intricate knob. The door resisted for a breath, then yielded. The room beyond was breathtaking, grand, elegant. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm, soft glow. Ornate furniture shone under their light. Opulent artwork lined the walls. Plush carpeting cushioned every step. The voices sharpened into laughter and animated conversation. Clusters of elegantly dressed guests, tailored suits, elaborate gowns, jewelry that caught and scattered the light filled the space. Mara lingered in the doorway, suddenly aware of her intrusion. She took it in, the finery, the shimmer, the hum of a private world, and felt its pull. But she hesitated. Respect kept her at the threshold. Should she slip away quietly? Or step inside and face whatever this was? She drew in a breath and crossed the threshold. A blinding, radiant light engulfed her. Color flooded her vision, too bright to bear. She flinched, eyes half shut, as disorientation slid over her like a dream, unreal and weightless. Slowly, the brilliance dimmed. Shapes returned, chandeliers, gilt frames, the press of bodies, the hush of plush fabric underfoot. The scene settled into focus, dazzling and strange. And then, silence. Conversations stuttered to a halt. Faces turned toward her. Surprise rippled through the room, like a glass struck by a silver spoon. Mara felt the weight of their stares, curiosity pricking her skin. One woman stepped forward from the crowd, elegant, poised, eyes fixed on Mara, with a shock that edged into recognition. Purpose carried her across the space. She reached for Mara's hand, warm, steady, grounding. Scylla! The name left her in a voice thick with disbelief and longing. The woman was Laura. She couldn't believe she'd found Mara here. Joy broke over her face, uncontained tears gathering, then spilling as she looked at the woman in front of her, as if a missing piece had suddenly clicked into place. The name reverberated in the air, heavy with meaning, Scylla. Confusion tightened Mara's brow. The word felt foreign, familiar. Impossible. Who was Scylla? Why did this woman, Laura, look at her as if she knew her? Caught between Laura's earnest gaze and a sea of onlookers, Mara's heartbeat stumbled, then raced. It was as if the world had shifted beneath her feet, revealing hidden layers she'd never imagined. She searched herself for answers, some thread that might tie the name to her own fractured past. Something that could bridge the chasm between Laura's voice and her own sense of who she was. The woman holding her looked so much like her, just older, an older version of herself. She paused, meeting Laura's gaze. It felt like staring into a polished mirror. The same olive skin, the same deep-set hazel eyes, the same tilt at the corners of their lips. Even the small scar on their left cheeks matched. Laura crossed the remaining distance and wrapped both arms around her, clinging as if a missing piece of her soul had clicked into place. Tears streamed unchecked. Scylla, Laura breathed through her sobs, voice trembling with joy and grief. Scylla, the name spilled again and again, a broken mantra. The word hung between them, unfamiliar to Mara yet oddly intimate. Mara's mind stuttered. Who was this woman? Why did she mistake her for someone else? Still, as Laura sobbed against her, Mara lifted a tentative hand and patted her back, trying to comfort her while scrambling to understand the depth of a connection she couldn't feel. Everywhere she turned today, people seemed to know her, or thought they did. The sensation was eerie, like walking through a dream where everything felt familiar and wrong. Gently, she eased herself out of the hug and rested her hands on Laura's shoulders. "I'm sorry," she whispered, baffled and sincere. "But I think there's been a mistake. My name is Mara, not Scylla. You've got the wrong person. I'm not who you're looking for, ma'am." Despite the strangeness, the woman's embrace had been warm, comforting. For a heartbeat, Mara wanted to spill everything she'd bottled up over the last 2 months. To admit she wasn't fine. That memory loss had left her grasping in the dark, but she swallowed it back. What's wrong with me today? Why do I feel drawn to strangers? Paranoid? Or sick? Or is this just another side effect of the memory loss? Her head buzzed with thoughts she wouldn't voice. Her gaze swept Laura's face, cataloging every line and shadow. The resemblance was undeniable. Was there truly a blood tie hidden in that mirrored face? Laura's ears burned at the words. Her daughter didn't know the truth about her birth. Whatever it took, she wouldn't let her go again. She had already lost her twice. First, when her girl vanished during pack quarrels. Second, when after nearly 2 decades of searching, she finally found a trace of her and the house went up in flames. The firefighters and the police had confirmed their worst fear. Scylla was gone. And now, after nearly 3 months, her daughter stood before her without a scratch. Relief flooded Laura so hard her knees wavered. She thanked the moon goddess over and over, tears spilling with gratitude and fear and joy. "I can never be wrong about you, my child," Laura said, steady and sure. "You are my daughter. You are my child, my Scylla. I'm really not Scylla, ma'am. My name is Mara." She held her ground, helpless and honest. Beyond their shockingly similar faces, she had never seen this woman before. Not that she could remember. On the other side of the hotel, Sophia, the woman from the lobby, hurried back. She'd left midway to take a call, then rushed to find Mara and bring her to Laura. The moment the call ended, she all but ran, a grin stretching across her face. But the spot where Mara had stood was empty. Sophia's heart dipped, then steadied. Mara was alive. That was enough. If she'd been here once, she could be found again. Mara came for a delivery. She'd have left details with the hotel. Sophia could backtrack. She would help her reunite with her family. If I could find her once, I can find her again. With renewed purpose, Sophia turned to leave the lobby. A small, determined smile lingered as she walked away. Back with Laura, Mara stood motionless, brown eyes, shot through with flecks of sapphire, studying the woman in front of her. The same quiet well of feeling she'd seen in Sophia's gaze shimmered now in Laura's. Why did they look at her like she mattered? Was she really related? "Ma'am," Mara began, but Laura stepped closer, fingertips brushing the necklace at Mara's throat. Her breath hitched, then she pulled Mara into another fierce hug. "My Scylla, I would never mistake anyone else for you," Laura whispered. The necklace wasn't something anyone could own. Only her daughter had it. It was one of a kind more than an ornament. With that proof against her skin, she could not possibly be wrong. But still, "I'm not the person you're looking for," Mara said, steady despite the wobble in her chest. Seeing her dig in, Laura reached for the pendant. She flipped open the locket and held it up. Inside were two sepia photographs, Laura and Leonard. At the sight of them, the world tilted for Mara. Her stomach lurched. The faces tugged at something buried deep. A half-remembered impression her mind couldn't pull into focus. A headache pressed in, sharp and insistent. Leonard had watched in silence from the first moment, his eyes a storm of emotions he couldn't name. "The picture is of me and my husband, Leonard, your father," Laura said softly, tapping the images. As if summoned, Leonard stepped to her side, the living echo of the man in the locket. This can't be real. She had swapped places with Sandra for a simple delivery, and now one domino after another. She stood in the center of a life she didn't recognize. The necklace had always been her anchor, an heirloom passed down through generations, the intricate silver chain ending in an ornate locket etched with cryptic symbols, signs of a legacy whispered about but never explained. As the weight of the day pressed down, her fingers found the cool metal again. She drew the pendant close and eased the latch. The same sepia eyes stared back at her, timeless, almost ageless. The man's fierce gaze, the woman's gentle smile, eyes that looked like hers. "Werewolves age so slowly," she murmured, barely audible. A truth that couldn't be denied, ageless beauty, gift, and curse. Watching centuries turn, left behind as silent witnesses. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged, a sharp twist deep in her core, primal and unmistakable. The wolf, the other part of her that had been silent for 2 months, stirred. Power licked through her veins, bright and wild, too much, too fast. What was once a steady presence now roared, a storm she couldn't harness. The city's clatter faded, replaced by the rush in her ears and the pounding of her heart, steady as an ancient drum. Laura's face drained as she watched the color leach from Mara's cheeks. Mara's breaths turned shallow and ragged. She swayed. I can't. Her eyes rolled back, and her body went limp. Mara melted, tears spilling. She saw herself nodding, agreeing to the deal and marrying him. She saw herself working her ass off to be the perfect Luna. While waiting tables at the hotel, handling the Pax hotel affairs, spreadsheets by day and late-night shifts by night. One day, a little stick in her trembling hands turned positive, pregnant. She laughed wild with joy and ran to tell Lucian. "What is it?" His annoyed voice knocked the wind out of her hope. Still, she braced herself and whispered, "I'm pregnant." "What?" Lucian's voice came out, confused. Mara stood frozen. "Repeat that," he asked, disbelief threading through every word. "We're going to have a baby," she said again, a little scared now. "Oh my God," he shouted the next second, then swept her off her feet. They laughed together, breathless and bright. The pack, the elders, Lucian, everyone looked happy. They celebrated her and the little life inside her. Time passed. She gave birth to a small, fierce miracle. She and Lucian named him Silas. Joy filled every corner. She and Lucian grew closer, and she truly believed it was love, until reality cut through. A rogue attack took her son. Silas was gone. She shattered. A mother's grief swallowed her whole, and still she grieved. Then she woke from that long darkness. Everything had changed. Her husband abandoned her, living like a stranger under the same roof. After 3 years, he found his true mate and asked her to accept a threesome arrangement. For 3 years, she moved like a machine. She worked for the pack, for the hotel, for a marriage already bleeding out. She tried to save the last scraps of her self-respect and failed, left for dead. His mistress stole her work, stole even her name. And Lucian never once believed he was wrong. Her husband did nothing while she was wronged. Instead, he joined the chorus pointing fingers at her anger. Resentment, hatred burned through her at the man who let her suffer. He watched them frame her. He stood there like a blind man. His mate framed her over and over and even tried to kill her, dressed in red like some crazed witch. If not for luck, Mara wouldn't have survived. Sandra rescued her. After that, everything came back. For a while, Mara lived like she was trapped in a dream, unable to wake, unable to sleep. When reality finally settled, she opened her eyes. She was in an unfamiliar room. Heat flooded her veins. Her wolf, silent for months, stirred, restless. Different power moved through her stronger than before. Her blood felt like it was boiling. No, like hot lava pumping through her body. It burned. When Mara fully surfaced, her back was soaked. Her shirt clung to her skin. Sweat beaded across her forehead. Her breaths came ragged and fast. The moment her eyes opened, she saw a nurse quietly cleaning her. "Do you need water?" the nurse asked. "No," Mara said weakly. The nurse nodded, finished wiping her sweat, and slipped out to call the doctor. Mara scanned the space luxury everywhere, a VIP room. She remembered fainting while talking with Laura, and her chest tightened. Was she really Laura's and Leonard's daughter? Then, what about Edwina's? Edwina had raised her, from childhood to her last breath. Edwina was her mother. She didn't know who her father was. She'd once believed it was Joshua, until she learned what kind of jerk he was. She never acknowledged him. Not really. He was nothing but an abusive bastard to her. The door opened. A doctor stepped in, middle-aged, kind eyes, careful steps. Behind him came Laura and Leonard, the same faces she'd seen in the banquet hall. The same faces from the tiny photographs tucked inside her necklace, younger and smiling. What were they doing here? Would they insist again that she was their daughter? What if they truly were her parents? A dull throb bloomed behind her eyes. The headache rolled in, hard and relentless. She swallowed, then stared at them, bracing for whatever came next. Mara tried to sit up, but the doctor stopped her with a gentle hand. "Rest, my dear. You need rest now," the doctor said, a kind smile softening his face. She eased back against the pillows and stopped struggling. Laura and Leonard stood nearby, worry written all over them. Their concern tugged something inside her, memories of Edwina. The ward itself looked damn expensive. Top class, stocked with every possible facility, not just VIP, VVIP. How is she? Is she fine now? Why did she faint? They asked at once, voices tripping over each other. "She's stable," the doctor replied. "She fainted because of her previous illness, temporary amnesia. According to her results, she should be fine now. We'll keep her for a few hours before deciding on discharge." He checked her vitals, told the nurses to take off the drip after the current bag finished, wrote a prescription, and, after a polite nod, left. An awkward silence settled in his wake. No one spoke. Laura looked exhausted. Leonard looked overjoyed. Maybe because he believed she was his daughter, but she couldn't agree. Not yet. From all the memories she had now, none of them proved she was their daughter. She cleared her throat to cut through the quiet. Both pairs of eyes snapped to her. Worried, attentive. "Are you uncomfortable? Do you want us to call the doctor?" Leonard blurted. "Stupid. You are so brainless," Laura snapped. "Honey, He made a mock-crying face at her scolding. What did I do now? How could she be in pain? If she were, she would have said so. You are so dumb. She must be hungry, Laura said, decisive as ever. Leonard brightened. I am so stupid. You're right. I'll call my stupid son to bring some food for my favorite daughter. He wore a peaceful, almost smug expression. Mara let out a small chuckle at their back and forth. They clearly had a harmonious rhythm with each other. Then the thought of her husband, Lucian, pulled her mood down. Not now. She needed to keep her head clear. I'm very thankful for your care, she said, steadying her voice. But I'm not your daughter. I don't have any memory of you being my parents. My mother is Edwina, and she passed away. Laura and Leonard shared a look, then sighed. We knew you wouldn't just believe us after the conversation at the hotel, Leonard said softly. The playfulness vanished from his face. Authority power settled into his voice. Every word came measured and sure. So we brought evidence. He hesitated, then admitted, we know it was wrong, but we took your DNA samples while you were unconscious and ran a paternity test while you were in a coma. As expected, the results came back positive, he added, a tremor of joy slipping through. You are our daughter. It's a 100% match. But if I'm from the glitter pack, how did I end up in the Lethe pack? She asked, the question catching in her throat. Scylla is indeed our daughter, which is you, Leonard said. You went missing because of our enemies. Because of them, we lost you. We searched for years and never found you. Then, after years, we found you only to lose you in a fire again. And now we found you. We'll tell you everything about the packs, the grudges, all of it, Laura added gently. But not now. You're sick, my dear. You need to rest. In the opulent quiet of the room, emotions swirled through Mara. Their words made sense. She actually believed them. After all, these were the faces in her locket. Laura stepped closer and held out an identification certificate. Here, she murmured. Mara accepted it with trembling hands. Her heart pounded hard enough to hear. She scanned the document. The names leapt at her, stark and undeniable. Laura. Leonard. She read them again and again, as if repetition could anchor the truth. Her real parents. The shock sent ripples through her, tugging at the edges of half-formed memories. She thought back to the days before she left. Edwina's somber expression, the way she'd hesitated, words hovering heavy and unsaid. It clicked. Edwina had known. She had carried this secret alone. She had wanted to confess that Mara wasn't her biological daughter, that a family was out there waiting for her, longing for her return. Tears stung Mara's eyes. Sorrow and hope tangled in her chest. The life she knew, the identity she clung to, shifted beneath her feet. Laura and Leonard watched her, eyes warm, hopeful, patient. Now, you believe us, right? Leonard asked, voice quiet. Mara nodded. Shall we go home? He asked. No pressure. Come if you want. If not, we'll wait for you. His tall, burly frame seemed to hold its breath as he waited. She looked inward, weighing the path ahead, leaving behind the fragments and blanks, reaching toward a beginning that had always been hers. She nodded again. She would go home with Laura and Leonard. She would take this chance to rewrite her story, to connect with the family she had never known but had always belonged to. The room seemed to exhale with her decision. And so, Mara took her first step toward a future braided with her true identity, leaving the enigmatic life behind and walking into discovery, reconnection, and a love that had never wavered. Chapter 41. Mission Calling Dad. Leonard and Laura jumped for joy when Mara nodded. They hugged her so tightly it felt like she might vanish if they blinked. Happy tears cascaded down Laura's cheeks. Her long-lost daughter was back. She would truly be back once she walked through their front door. Laura couldn't be happier. I can't breathe, Mom, Mara rasped. Laura broke the hug at once, eyes wide. Her daughter, who'd called her ma'am until now, had just called her mom. That meant she accepted Laura as her mother. She wasn't pushing her away. A bubble burst in Laura's chest, flooding her with warmth and joy. Did you hear that, honey? Laura whispered, voice thick with tears. She was a mother of 4. But she'd lost Scylla, Mara, years ago. And now, after more than 2 decades, her daughter had called her mom. Laura's happiness knew no bounds. In her joy, she forgot her disgruntled husband. Leonard was over the moon that Mara had agreed to come home with them, and double over the moon when she called his wife mom. But what about him? For God's sake, she was the result of his sperm too. He had the same right as Laura to be called dad. Couldn't he be called dad? He didn't realize he sounded a bit childish, even if the feeling behind it was real. A big, invisible, dark gray cloud hovered over his head. Thunder cracked in silence above him, and disappointment pooled in his eyes. Mara caught the expression and felt a laugh bubble up. But remembering how Laura had grieved all these years, her heart softened. "We need to fill out the discharge forms and take our daughter home," Leonard said, stressing the word R as if to remind her. He was her father too, and he deserved dad. A small smile tugged at Mara's lips. Yes. We need to fill in the details for our daughter's discharge. I'll do it for her." "Filling out the forms will tire her out," Laura blurted, already halfway to the door. A light bulb went on over Leonard's head. In his disappointment about not hearing Dad, he'd forgotten how exhausting discharge procedures were. How could he forget that? And he wasn't about to let anyone else do it. She was his daughter. He should be the one to handle it. "I will do it," Leonard declared, and vanished in a flash before either of them could reply. Swoosh. Mara and Laura exchanged a look. What just happened?" Mara murmured, blinking at her father's ninja exit. "He's just excited," Laura said, soft amusement in her eyes. "He missed your most precious years. From now on, he wants to do everything he can to win your favor and become your first favorite person." "Oh," Mara chuckled. Suddenly, living with this family felt like something to look forward to. Love and laughter, she could almost see a life without worry here. Greedily, she hoped the moon goddess would bless her with that happiness. If not for his foolishness, he'd remember, "I'm already your favorite." Not him. "All his attempts are futile," Laura added, glaring in the direction her husband had gone. Mara fell silent. "How did you even come to that conclusion, Mom?" she thought, a helpless smile tugging at her mouth. Sigh. It looked like she'd have her fair share of problems with this family. Oops, no, not problems. Problemams. Oddly, she was eager to face those problemams with them. "I feel hungry," Mara said at last, after nearly 10 minutes. Laura had been puttering about, setting Mara's things aside and packing the bits they'd bought today. Not cleaning exactly, just fussing and tidying. "I'm back," Leonard announced, swinging in with bright eyes. "And I hear my daughter is hungry. Do you want to eat at a hotel or at home?" He'd heard her the second the words left her mouth. Opportunity knocked. And he rushed to open the door before his wife could. Pink hearts might as well have been floating in his eyes as he looked at his daughter. A sudden chill brushed his spine. He glanced sideways to find his wife aiming laser glares at him. He ignored them completely and focused on his girl. Chapter 42. Sandwich Problem. Maybe just something simple. A sandwich. It'll last till I get home. After that, we can eat our home food. "What do you say, Dad?" Mara asked. Leonard went still, the word hitting him like a bell. His eyes shone stars and tears all at once. He sniffled, trying to rein it in. As why, you say," he managed. "Then, can you get me a veg sandwich, Dad?" Mara asked, eyes wide. "Of course," he blurted, and vanished in a flash. Swoosh. A little swirl of dust rose and drifted in his wake. Mara blinked. "Dad, where are you going?" Taylor called after him. "Mara called me Dad," Leonard said, smug and breathless. "Okay, I am happy for you now. Where are you going?" "Do you want me to do the discharge formalities?" Taylor pressed. "Mara called me Dad," Leonard sang. Already halfway down the hall, Taylor stared. Unable to handle him alone, Taylor grabbed Susan as backup. "Dad, do you want us to do it for you?" Susan asked gently. Leonard stopped, softened. Then that smug little smile crept back. "Mara called me Dad. Then why are you leaving the ward?" Susan teased. instead of staying and making her call you Dad again and again. He hesitated, ready to delegate, then shook his head. His daughter's first request was a sandwich. My daughter, Mara said, "Dad, can you get me a veg sandwich till we reach home? I am hungry," he mimicked, voice full of pride. "What?" Taylor and Susan chorused, stunned. Leaving his dumbfounded kids behind, Leonard sprinted off to the canteen. "He is mad," Taylor muttered, watching their hopeless father go. "Did you see that?" Susan said, thoughtful. "What?" "She is our elder sister, but she didn't tell us she was hungry, and she didn't call us brother or sister." "Which means?" A little panic sparked in Taylor's chest. "Means we're behind. We can't let Dad win this. We need to be her cutest sister and brother. We've got to impress her before he does." Mara had no idea a simple veg sandwich had just caused havoc in the Yulva family. 3 people were now fighting for the honor of feeding her that sandwich. Soon, all 3 returned. They lined up in front of Mara, each proudly holding out a fresh veg sandwich. "Sister, eat mine," Taylor and Susan blurted at the same time. Susan hip-checked Taylor and thrust hers forward. "No," Leonard objected, stepping in. "She asked me. She has to eat mine." Within minutes, the ward became a battleground. Hands waving, wrappers crinkling, elbows everywhere. Laura narrowed her eyes at the chaos. Mara just stared, baffled, confused. The sandwiches all looked identical. "Enough!" Laura's voice cut through, sharp as glass. They froze where they were. Susan's hair stuck up in wild tufts. Taylor's clothes were rumpled, one button missing. Leonard clutched a sandwich in one hand and his belt in the other. At Laura's glare, they shuffled back into line, shoulders pressed, arms extended like overeager waiters. "If you don't eat mine, I'll be offended," each of their faces said, eyes pleading, practically screaming, "I'll spiral and convince myself you hate me." Mara, who usually didn't mind a little problem, now had a big one. Pressure pressed at her temples. She looked between the 3 and made her choice. She took a bite from Leonard's, a bite from Susan's, a bite from Taylor's. Then she dabbed her lips and murmured, "I'm full." Silence. Then, satisfaction all around. All 3 smiled radiant. "You can call me little sister, or Lil Sussy," Susan whispered, as if trading state secrets. "You can also call me Lil Taylor, or Lil Tammy," Taylor popped in, not so subtle. "But I'd be happiest if you called me Lil Brother. I prefer the last one, honestly." "You can call me Little Sister too," Susan added quickly, refusing to fall behind. "Sussy." "My dear little sister," Mara said warmly. "I'll rely on you to organize my room after I get home." An instant, dazzling smile lit Susan's face. She bounced up, already planning how to brag. Dark clouds gathered over Taylor's head. He looked like an abandoned puppy. "Tammy, my loving little brother." Mara leaned in, eyes big and watery. "Will you show me our house and spend time with me while Sussy organizes my room?" Taylor's heart melted on the spot. "Sure, why not?" he said, suddenly energized. Chapter 43. Going home. After Laura and Mara wrapped up her formalities, the sandwich problem, and her siblings' little crises, they finally headed downstairs to escape the medicine. Scented hospital. Outside, Mara drew a long, relieved breath. The air tasted delicious, like a missing ingredient she didn't know she'd been craving. She lifted her head and froze. A fleet of luxury cars waited at the curb. She blinked. "Looks like some crazy rich fellas are holding an event," she muttered, then realized she'd said it out loud. She edged aside to give the driver's room, hands tucked into her sleeves. "Mara, what are you doing there?" "Come get into the car," Leonard called. But she glanced at the lineup, still baffled. "Come in, Mara," Laura urged, warm and steady. "Are all these ours?" The realization crept in as she spoke. Laura and Leonard both nodded. "What too few people to receive you," Leonard huffed, mock-offended. "I even told my eldest brat to come." "He said he's busy, wants to meet you at the house and arrange your grand welcome there. If he'd come here, we'd have more people, more cars." Laura nodded in proud agreement. Mara bit back a laugh. I never thought this was too few. It's way too many. I know. Why are these people so loving to us? Ah, I love them, Zoya squealed in her head. Mara had to clamp down on her. Hard. All because of your spoiling he turned out like that, Laura chided. Didn't you say he's the most obedient and the most loved, Mom? That he takes after you more than Dad. You even claim he's your child while Taylor and I are dads, Susan fired back. Quick as a spark. Laura shot her a fierce glare. Susan yelped softly and smartly ducked behind Mara to dodge the death stare. Let's get in first, Mara urged, before a small world war broke out on the sidewalk. This family was too cute for her to handle. Yes, Susan bobbed her head like a rabbit with a carrot. But, Dad, Mom, all these cars are really here to pick us up, Mara asked again, just to be sure. Yes, Leonard boomed, proud as ever. He guided her into one of the most spacious, luxurious cars in the fleet. The chaos outside fell away the instant the door closed. Inside, the hush felt elegant. Careful. Mara sank into buttery leather that hugged her like a cloud. Polished wood gleamed under soft ambient lights, and the stitching along the seats was so precise it looked hand-drawn. Even the high-tech panels seemed to disappear into the design. Seamless and quiet. She ran her fingertips over the cool wood trim, tracing its satin-smooth finish. She was still trying to process that all Laura and Leonard were her parents. And she belonged to this bright, boisterous family. Up front, Leonard glanced back every so often, steady and sure. His calm matched the car's quiet purr. The Yilva family's wealth and influence were woven into every detail. Despite the whirlwind, something warm settled in her chest. Belonging. This car, this moment was proof she'd stepped into a life that could hold her in ways she'd never imagined. The city slid by, glass and light, as the car glided forward. Mara drew another breath and let it out slowly, ready for whatever came next. Love. Acceptance. The warmth of a newfound family. She sighed, half dazed. Her birth family was so much wealthier than her adoptive one, but she decided not to dwell on it. Her thoughts skittered back over the last days, returning to Glitter Pack, Sandra, the fishing trip. Wait, Sandra. Mom. Sandra saved me when I was drowning in the sea. She's sick now. That's why I showed up at the hotel in her place to do the delivery. Can you send someone to get her to the hospital? Mara asked. Don't worry, my child, Laura said gently. Right after you fainted and were admitted yesterday, I sent someone to take care of her. I also told her you'd found your family. If you want to visit her, you can. Relief loosened the tight knot in Mara's chest. She exhaled. I'll meet her, just not today. I want to get home first and eat, she said. Leonard nodded approvingly from the front. Laura smiled and nodded too. Chapter 44. How Come It Is You. The car glided through imposing wrought, iron gates and into the grand estate of the Pack Alpha family. The manor that rose before them was a sprawling masterpiece, opulent, deliberate, and breathtaking. Gleaming white marble columns lifted a majestic portico. Ivy cascaded down the walls in soft ribbons of green, lending the place a timeless grace. The gardens were meticulously kept, lush hedges, bright flower beds framing the entrance like a painting come to life. A cobblestone driveway curved to a halt before intricate double doors. From the raised entry, a sweeping staircase descended in a polite arc. Its wrought iron railings worked into elegant curling patterns. As Mara stepped out of the car, a hush fell over her. Awe slid through her chest. Her new home felt like it carried a beating heart, steady, old, warm. Inside, the manor was equally grand. High ceilings soared overhead, and ornate chandeliers cast a gentle, welcoming glow over the foyer. Paintings and tapestries lined the walls, whispering stories of the family's history with every brushstroke and thread. The living spaces were arranged with care and pride. Plush velvet sofas and armchairs invited you to sink in and stay. Intricately carved wooden tables held treasured artifacts and family heirlooms. A grand piano stood quietly in a corner, waiting for fingers to wake its voice. Despite all the elegance, Mara felt something she hadn't felt in the Alpha Pack house of Lethe. A sense of belonging, of warmth. Back there, she had slept on a cold bed, walked through silent halls, eaten at an empty dining table. Here, with so many people around her, she felt greedy for it. Greedy for the noise and the laughter, greedy for everything she'd been denied. The house looked grand, and their love for her felt just as grand. Mara followed Laura, Leonard, and the others into the villa nestled off the main wing. It was as luxurious as the one she and Lucian had lived in before, only more exquisitely decorated, every detail chosen with intention. Just then, Susan leapt in front of her, making Mara jolt. "Welcome home, sis," she screamed, so loudly that Mara had to clap her hands over her ears. Despite the ear-splitting welcome, Mara couldn't help it. She found Susan adorable, even when she was naughty. "You brat. Where is my feathered duster, Alicia?" Laura barked. Alicia, who had been their maid for years, yet felt more like family to the Ylvas, poked her head out from a side hallway, eyes wide. "Sis, help!" Susan squeaked, ducking behind Mara like a startled kitten. "Mom, let her off just this once," Mara pleaded, seeing Susan's desperate attempt to hide from her mother. Maybe it wasn't so bad agreeing to come with them. Her time with Lucian had been so quiet, so cold. But here, it was noisy, messy, alive. Laura's desperate attempts to rein it in only made the chaos more charming and somehow harmonious. So, this is what family is, she thought. "I'll cry if I ever have to leave this place," Zoya murmured, thick with emotion. Mara stilled. "What is going on with you, girl?" Her power hummed under her skin. Her emotions were all over the place. Was she bottling it up all this time? If so, why? Why had her wolf vanished? Gone mute. So suddenly. "Since Mara said so, I'll let you go this time," Laura declared at last. "Next time you scream, your backside will taste the power of my feather duster." Susan flipped her hair with a smug flourish, slipped an arm around Mara's shoulders, and flashed a victorious grin at Leonard and Taylor, both of whom looked like they were stewing in a pot of vinegar. Leonard winced, instantly regretful he hadn't thought to hide behind his daughter when his wife had been on a rampage. But there's always a next time. Next time he would toss his pride aside and dive behind Mara like a champ. He was already drafting a plan to win her over. Unbeknownst to him, Taylor was drawing up the same plan. As if she could read their minds, Laura sent a slow, deadly glare in their direction. They both shivered and dropped their heads at once. Mara laughed, unable to help it. Their expressions were so obvious that even the newest member of the family could read them. "Actually, sister," Susan chirped, bouncing a little, "when I first saw you at the summit, I liked you right away. I didn't expect you to be my sister, besides looking like mom and all. I'm so glad you're my sister. Use my clothes, my cosmetics, my room, everything. Okay. Also, we have to go shopping together." Taylor said nothing at first. Compared to Susan, he was more introverted, someone whose actions spoke louder than his words. He nodded, then stepped in. "Welcome home, sis," he said quietly, pulling her into a brief hug. She hugged him back and patted his shoulder before they broke apart. Footsteps sounded on the staircase. A person descended, poised, elegant, dressed in a black three-piece suit that fit like a second skin. When Mara realized who it was, her eyes went wide. Her jaw dropped. "How come it's you?" she blurted, pointing before she even noticed how high her voice had risen. Chapter 45. The Need to Protect Her. In the heart of the Pack's territory, nestled in a dense, ancient forest, stood the Alpha family's grand manor. The evening sun hung low, casting a warm golden glow over towering trees and lush undergrowth. Fireflies drifted through the dusk, their soft light weaving a hush of magic across the estate. The evening at the lavish manor had already been full of revelations for Mara. She was still reeling from the truth. She was Laura and Leonard's daughter. And yet, another shock waited. In an elegant drawing room, as guests murmured over crystal glasses and soft music, her gaze snagged on a face she knew. Familiar, impossible, Owen. "How come it's you?" she blurted, not realizing her voice had gone loud. Taylor and Susan glanced over, startled. Even Laura and Leonard turned at the sudden pitch in her tone. Owen lifted his brows, amused. "Owen?" she managed, surprise and curiosity tangling in her voice. "What are you doing here?" "Why wouldn't I be here?" he teased. lips curling into that same playful smile she'd clocked the very first night they'd met at the bar. I mean, aren't you the heir of the glitter pack? Why are you here? Do you know anyone here? But the two people you introduced me to that time aren't she. Caught herself mid-ramble, breathless. Laura and Leonard laughed softly. Mara felt a dizzy flicker of destin vu. First, learning her parents were part of the pack's alpha family, and now Owen in this opulent manner. It was too much to process all at once. Do you think he's here for business with Mom and Dad? Zoya's voice nudged at the back of her mind. Mara's expressions chased each other across her face. Doubt, hope, confusion, one after another. Nearby, Laura and Leonard exchanged amused glances. Leonard's low chuckle rolled into Laura's warm, musical laugh. Owen took pity on her before the teasing went too far. He lifted his phone and snapped a picture, her with that still silly, wide-eyed look. Then he stepped in and hugged her, voice gentle and edged with pride. Mara, I'm your older brother. Her eyes went huge. What? Older brother. Her pulse stuttered. Wait. He was the son of the Glitter Pack's alpha. The heir of the Glitter Pack? How could the alpha's son be her brother? Unless... What? Her gaze flicked around. The luxury cars out front. The sprawling grand manor. The wealth that almost rivaled any alpha's domain. Owen's smirk. Laura and Leonard's soft, knowing eyes. It clicked, all at once. Her parents weren't just wealthy. Laura and Leonard were the Alpha and Luna of the Glitter Pack. And she, aunts, believed an orphan. Was their long-lost biological daughter. She should have understood sooner. The ancient lines of the manor all but shouted it. Portraits of past alphas lined the walls, painted faces steady and proud. The history of the Glitter Pack watching her from gilded frames. Mara's face shifted, shock, awe, a tremble of wonder. Around her, smiles warmed. Laura and Leonard, her parents watched her take it all in, the grandeur, the gathering, the welcome. Her innocence and simplicity sent a ripple of tenderness through the room. Clearly, she hadn't known the full extent of who she was or the world she'd been born into. And yet she moved toward them without hesitation, open, trusting. They'd thought she already knew everything. But clearly, she didn't. Laura touched Mara's shoulder and leaned toward Leonard, her voice a whisper. She's such a simple soul, Leo. Leonard nodded, eyes never leaving their daughter. Indeed, my love. It seems we have a daughter who's very naive and simple. She's just as innocent as when she was a kid. We'll have to protect her. Indeed. Despite being the Luna of the Lethe Pack, she is untainted and pure, Laura said softly. That reminds me of some other responsibilities, Leonard murmured, his expression hardening for a heartbeat. A dull ache tugged at his chest as he looked at Mara. Their hearts swelled with love. And the weight of duty, as they watched her stand there, stunned, absorbing the truth. She might have stepped into this world with a blank slate. But with Laura and Leonard beside her, she would have the love, support, and guidance to embrace her true identity. And the extraordinary world of the pack. Chapter 46. An encounter. Are you going to stay shocked all day? Owen asked, eyebrows raised. Mara blinked out of it. Shock melting into a huge smile. I am so glad, so happy, she said, jumping up to hug him tight. A genuine smile bloomed on Owen's face. He'd missed his sister so much. I'm glad you're healthy, safe, and sound, he said, hugging her back. When I first met you, Zoya went crazy. She said you felt like kin, that your wolf felt harmless, warm, and loving. I brushed her off, and now I know why we felt like that, Mara murmured, still buried in his embrace. Then why didn't you say it back then? We could have been together as a family long ago, without any of these hurdles, Owen said, brows furrowing. Mara peeled herself from his arms. What did you expect me to say? Hello, I'm Mara, my wolf is Zoya. We feel a kinship bond with you. Do you feel the same? Anyone who heard that would think I'm crazy. I wouldn't, Owen said. Serious now, eyes steady on hers. Yes, you should have said it. If your wolf says it, it means it. Wolves don't go wrong in matters of mate and kin, Leonard said. Laura nodded in agreement. Oh, Mara's shoulders drooped. She really hadn't known. Maybe because she wasn't raised by them. There was so much she didn't know about werewolves. Yes, her adoptive parents were wolves too. But they were always in a hurry to save the pack, never with time to teach her. And maybe because she was adopted, they didn't mention the few intricate secrets of their race. The things most common wolves never learn either. I don't know, Mara said, a sad look crossing her face. It's okay. You'll learn more in the future, Laura said gently, rubbing her hair. From now on, tell me whatever you feel. I'll believe you. No matter what. Remember, you're my sister. You're the sister of Owen Ylva. Don't be embarrassed or feel stupid for saying it. Even if you want ice cream at 1 a.m. I won't get that, but I'll cook something hot for you, Owen said, deadpan. You had me till the first half, Mara laughed. And now you have your mother, father, elder brother, and 2 naughty siblings. We're a family. We'll do anything for you. Just say it, okay, Owen added, ruffling her hair. Okay, Mara said, nodding like an obedient pet, which made him laugh. If you ever want to bully someone, do it. Brother will protect you, Owen said, pinching her cheeks. You brat. You stole all my lines. Don't you have respect for your father? Leonard barked. Why did these people always have to steal his thunder? In the hospital, it was his wife. He let it go because it was his wife. Then, while buying a sandwich, 2 annoying brats showed up as competition. And now, especially now, his son stole the main limelight. How dare he? But he couldn't punish this brat. Mara seemed to like him the most. If Owen was punished, she'd think badly of him. Leonard sighed, feeling like the world was too unfair for him to live in. In his mind, dark clouds hovered over his head, crackling with invisible rain and heavy lightning. Mara glanced at her father, startled by his theatrics. She hadn't expected him to be upset over this. Maybe it was time for her father to grow up, for her sake and everyone else's. Ah, I am so hungry, Mara said, clinging to Owen's arm. I knew you'd say that. I already asked the kitchen to make your favorite dishes. You also have to try our pack's special foods. Alicia makes the best food after Mom, Owen said. If my brother says that, then I definitely have to try Alicia's food, Mara said with a gleeful smile. Yes. Freshen up and come back. The food will be served by the time you return, Owen said. Mara nodded like an obedient pet, a silly smile on her face. Silly, he teased, pinching her cheeks again. I am not, she said with a pout. Now go, he said, shooing her lightly. Susan. Show your sister her room and give her some clothes, Owen added. Susan fluttered away with her sister, like a butterfly. Tomorrow, take up my work and finish a week's worth by the end of the day, Leonard intoned, devil's horns and a black cloak practically appearing over him as he glared at his son. Owen palmed his forehead and nodded. The family of 6 gathered for dinner, with Alicia standing at the side to serve them. The table gleamed, the air rich with steam and spices, the soft clink of cutlery already warming the room. Lady Mara, you should eat more. You just returned from the hospital, Alicia said, piling her plate high. But I'm full, Mara protested, exasperated. Really? Alicia's eyes glinted. Just a touch of mischief, just a touch of menace. Mara nodded. Alpha, I don't understand what Our Lady Mara is saying. Please explain it to me, Alicia said sweetly, as if daring him to defy her. Alicia had served the previous Alpha. She was respected and loved, like a grandmother to Owen and the others, and a mother to Leonard. She'd been his nanny when he was a baby. He respected her deeply, and the family followed his lead. Alicia never misused that favor. She was genuine and loving, always. Ahem. She means she is foe. Leonard cut himself off when he met Alicia's sharp glare. I think I have some space, Mara blurted. After this, I'll have my dessert. Crisis averted. She was genuinely happy. The dining table was noisy and lively. For the first time, she forgot everything. So this is how dining tables are meant to be? Zoya asked. Yes, Mara answered. Zoya turned quiet and stayed that way through dinner. As plates shifted and the room settled, Leonard cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Mara, he said. Dad? She looked up at him with innocent eyes and cheeks puffed with food. A smile tugged at his mouth at the sight. He almost lost the will to ask, but he had to. You were the Luna of the Lethe pack. Do you want to go back there? Or is there any way we can help you with those matters? We're no fools. We got information from Sophia about your experiences. I honestly don't want you to go there. So, tell us your thoughts. Under the table, Laura found his hand and held it, her heart racing. What is there to talk about? As you know, he has a mate now. I'm not needed there. My mating mark has almost faded. I have nothing to do with it now, Mara said, popping another bite into her mouth, casual on the surface. Leonard, Laura, Owen, everyone let out a quiet sigh of relief. But even as she acted nonchalant, a sourness rose in her chest. Her mood slipped. No one was foolish enough not to notice, and yet they said nothing. The table fell silent. I'm full, Mara said after a few minutes. I'll go tidy up your room, Lady Mara, Alicia said, heading upstairs. Mara stood and started up the stairs. She'd reached halfway when a guard rushed in. My Alpha, my Luna, we have guests, he reported. They are the Alpha and Luna of the Lethe pack. The words hit like a bolt. Mara went still, frozen where she stood. Chapter 47. Embarrassing the Alpha and the future Luna. At the guard's announcement, Mara froze mid-step. Meeting that hideous couple now. On her first day here. Today she'd met her parents, her brothers, her sister. She'd felt the warmth of a noisy table, a family fighting over her attention, laughter ringing like bells. For the first time in her life, heaven felt real, and hell wore Lucian's face. She'd worked so hard only to have everything stolen, her work, her name branded as someone else's, while the man who was supposed to be her husband helped that woman take it. She didn't want them to see her. She wouldn't let them ruin this fragile, peaceful life. Mara quickened her pace up the stairs and slipped behind a pillar, holding her breath until she was sure she couldn't be seen. Only then did she exhale slow, shaky relief threading through her chest. The family in the dining room went still at the guard's words. Eyes shifted to Mara, worry clouding every gaze. Tension pricked the air. When they saw her leave quietly on her own, they relaxed. Just a little. She wasn't going to Lucian. She wasn't going to Lethe's side. Before Laura or Leonard could respond, Camilla and Lucian stepped into the manor. Camilla entered on Lucian's arm, beauty like a poisonous bloom bright, intoxicating, dangerous. She moved with a practiced grace, every step laced with confidence and allure. The red dress she wore seemed to glow in the dim light, clinging like flame. Heavy makeup sharpened her features into something sculpted and severe. Her lips, painted the color of blood, turned her into a beautiful witch. By contrast, Lucian's face was cool and composed, eyes unreadable. Their arrival, uninvited, brought a hard edge to the room. Laura and Leonard exchanged a single glance. They didn't need words. The visit was unwelcome. The Lethe pack and the Glitter pack were not at ease, no matter the polite front they kept for peace. And pouring oil on the fire, they held no good impression of Lucian after what he'd done to their daughter. The harmonious dinner fractured, a hush settling over the glittering tableware and warm lights. This is the first time my manor has received unannounced guests, Leonard said, not bothering to soften it. Leo, don't be rude. Laura's hand settled over his, voice gentle. Too gentle. We should teach our youngsters manners, not mere rudeness. The sweetness in her tone cut like glass. Camilla's smile tightened, then smoothed again. She was here for herself. She wouldn't crack. Lucian's expression didn't shift, though the breach of etiquette clearly grated on him. After Mara passed away, he'd realized how she had guarded his privacy. How she never intruded. Camilla never did that. The thought irritated him, but he said nothing. Emerald doted on Camilla, too much to allow even the hint of reprimand. We don't mind joining you guys for din. Alicia? Laura's voice sliced cleanly through Camilla's attempt. My lady. Alicia bowed in the doorway. We have Lethe's Alpha and his true mate in our manor, Laura said smoothly. They took us by surprise with their unannounced arrival. Please take them to the drawing room. Make sure they are served well. Do not let it be said we offered less. Lucian's brow twitched. He hadn't expected Camila to invite herself to a family dinner like that. He hadn't cared about such things before. Mara had always handled it flawlessly, under Camila's management. It was night and day. Laura's words stung with accuracy. "Don't bother, Luna Laura," Lucian said, trying to ease the tension. "We'll leave in a few minutes. I also apologize for intruding on your family dinner by coming unannounced." For a heartbeat, something in Laura's posture reminded him of Mara. He shook it off. Lately, everything felt like a ghost of her memory bleeding into the present. "We're glad," Leonard said evenly. "Let's ensure there is no next time. Given the sensitive relationship between our packs, arriving unannounced is dangerous in our world. If someone were to plot against you and frame us, we couldn't take responsibility." "Honey, don't be harsh." Laura's smile was light, her tone anything but. "They are not foolish, they understand. It seems the soon-to-be Luna needs a little more training before she assumes the position. Or perhaps this wasn't her plan at all, considering our relationship. Maybe Beta and Gamma overlooked protocol." She turned back to Lucian, voice warm enough to burn. "Alpha Lucian, don't take my husband's words to heart. He means no harm. He's just brutally honest." Camila and Lucian said nothing. They couldn't argue. Not when they were, undeniably, in the wrong. Chapter 48. Invitation. "Alpha Lucian, don't take my husband's words to heart. He means no harm. He's just brutally honest," Laura explained, her gentle tone somehow making it worse. Camila and Lucian were at a loss for words. They couldn't rebuke them. Because they were right, and they were the ones at fault. "I understand. I'm here specifically to ease the tension between the two packs," Lucian said, voice calm. "How are we going to do that?" Leonard asked. "We haven't eased these tensions in years. How could we do it all of a sudden?" "Or perhaps Alpha Leonard doesn't want to ease the tensions between the two packs," Camila snapped back. "Or perhaps the future Luna of the Lethe pack is proving herself incompetent compared to the late Luna of the Lethe pack." By saying things like that, Owen cut in at last. "What do you mean, Owen?" Laura asked, feigning confusion. Leonard nodded at his son. "Explain." Camila's fist tightened. She wanted to fire back, but Lucian spoke first. "I apologize on her behalf. We're here to personally invite the Glitter Pack to attend Camila's Luna appointment ceremony. We hope you'll grace us with your presence. Your attendance could ease relations between our packs. And it would make us happy," Lucian said with a polite smile. He didn't want anyone to speak of Mara anymore. She was a reminder of his weakness, something he refused to be reminded of. Owen's words slid straight into that old wound, and they hurt. "We wanted to deliver this invitation in person," Camila added. "Without us here, we feared no one from the Glitter Pack would attend." Laura and Leonard shared a look. Camila couldn't read between the lines and didn't know when to hold her tongue. "Don't worry, Miss Camila," Leonard said, smiling as he twisted the knife. "The pack hid its Luna for 5 years and is only now introducing her to the world. We've heard all about the Luna's impeccable achievements in the Lethe pack. But the picture-perfect image we held for those 5 years is ruined by your small mistake of coming unannounced, putting both packs at risk." Lucian's expression shifted. Mara flashed through his mind, and he let out a quiet breath. Camila's nails bit into her palm, fury sparking under her practiced smile. From behind a pillar, Mara heard Lucian mention Camila's Luna appointment ceremony, and her heart cracked. She hadn't expected him to be this cruel. She thought he would at least respect her, mourn her for 3 months as their pack's rules required. But, surprise, he didn't care. Her chest felt like a tangle of thorns. Tears slipped down before she could stop them. How foolish to love a heartless man. She had told her biological parents, yes, she had come here, thinking she was ready to leave the past behind. But the second she saw Lucian, she knew she still couldn't let go. Despite everything he'd put her through, she still loved him. She dared a glance around the pillar. He'd thinned down a lot. Not just lean, emaciated. The fierce, arrogant light that used to blaze in his eyes, the power, the pride, was gone. Gloom sat there now, emptiness. He looked like this after long hours on the training grounds, bloodied, bruised, and silent. Back then, he'd let no one touch him but her. She'd cleaned his wounds, kept his secrets, and never let the world see him vulnerable. He only showed that side to her. And he'd glower at his own reflection, feeling he wasn't strong enough. Oh God, it hurt to remember. He looked just as vulnerable now. She knew she shouldn't be worrying about him. Shouldn't be fantasizing. Not after what he'd done to her. But she couldn't stop the feeling, not tonight. Pathetic. That's what she was. How ironic. When she first met him, she thought he was the pathetic one. Now she was the one brought low, while he prepared to honor his true mate as Luna, without giving her even a shred of respect after her so-called death. A shiver went through her. Lucian's head turned. He felt a gaze. He looked in her direction. Mara ducked back and slid down the pillar, wiping her tears. She wouldn't let him find her. If she got caught now, she'd only humiliate herself. Why invite shame when she could avoid it? Revealing herself to Lucian would only bring trouble she didn't want. Seeing Lucian's gaze drift, Laura's stomach tightened. She hurried to redirect. Honey, wait, don't talk like that, she chided her husband lightly. Since Alpha Lucian and his true mate Camilla came in person, we will definitely attend the ceremony. You have my word, Alpha Lucian, Laura said. I am grateful, Lucian replied. The only line exchanged without a veiled barb. Also, we have a party to invite you to, Alpha Lucian, Laura added with a gentle smile. I hope you both attend together representing your pack. Owen, Leonard, Alicia, Susan, and Taylor all knew Laura could be a vicious snake when she chose. Their smiles said they understood her craft. Camilla was overjoyed. Lucian's face stayed cold, unreadable. Chapter 49. Camilla's insistence. AH negative. 49. We will definitely attend it, Camilla said, before Lucian could even ask what kind of party it was. It had been years since the Glitter Pack held a party. There was no occasion, no festival. If they called it a party, it meant something important. But Camilla had accepted before he could inquire. We will be glad to have your presence, Owen said, with a quick smile faster than his parents. We won't disturb your dinner anymore. We'll take our leave, he added, cutting off whatever Camilla might say next. Alicia, see them out, Laura said, smiling. Normally, an alpha was seen out by an alpha. They sent a servant. Lucian understood the message. He said nothing. Mending their relationship with the Glitter Pack was his priority now. It takes time. Someone has to take the first step. He had learned that after Mara's death. For some reason, he loathed her for dying. Even blamed her for being too weak to escape the fire. Wow, this manor is so grand, Camilla breathed, taking in the long corridors as they walked with Alicia. This manor has been passed down for generations and well preserved, Alicia replied, pride warming her voice. There is no other manor in the werewolf world that can match its grandeur. Camilla's eyes widened, awe shimmering there, along with a quick, sharp flicker of jealousy, and just a hint of greed, Alicia noticed. Lucian ignored Camilla's chatter and kept walking. Maybe we should stay here for a few days when we come for the party, Camilla suggested, looping her hand through his. Annoyance tightened his jaw. Don't forget she is our mate. If you don't spoil her, I will forcefully take over and spoil her, Emerald warned, low and edged. Our manor is no less grand than this, Lucian said calmly, not looking at her. Don't desire things that don't belong to you, and never will. Lucian, what do you mean? This place is one of a kind. If I could, I'd buy it. But I know I can't. So what's wrong with wanting to stay here for a few days? Camilla, I'd be glad if you thought just once, and didn't put our pack in trouble again. Don't forget how Luna Laura and Alpha Leonard advised us. They asked us to take care of the relationship between the two packs. Lucian, we're not taking over this pack. We would just be guests, she said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Enough, his voice cut sharp. Do you think they're my in-laws, ready to host us just because we want it? We are not important everywhere. This is not our pack where everyone heeds our words. Can you not try, Lucian? She asked, pouting, playing coy. He didn't answer. He had stopped, gaze snagging on a line of old paintings along the wall. He was the first alpha in Ylva's bloodline, Alicia said, following his eyes. The one with blue eyes? Lucian asked. Yes, and there were only 5 generations. At random, who inherited the blue eyes, right? Yes, and maybe there will be more in the future. Hopefully, they'll protect our race better than we did. His gaze flicked to her. And you served a blue-eyed alpha, right, ma'am? Yes, Alpha Leonard's father. He was a great man, the kindest I have ever met. My father always praised him. His reputation says everything, Lucian said, respect softening his tone. He studied the painted face for a long moment. Mara's blue eyes flashed in his mind, angry, a few months ago. He exhaled and shook it off. No need to see us out. We'll leave from here on our own, he said. I can't do that, Alicia replied, bowing her head despite her age. I have to heed what my Luna said. Lucian said nothing and walked on. He ignored whatever Camilla murmured beside him. All the while, Alicia observed them in silence. Mara made her way back to her room after Lucian and Camilla left. The space was cozy and warm, an atmosphere of love and care. Thoughtful hands had shaped it. She had no doubt they were Laura's. She could almost see mushy Leonard trying to sneak in to stamp his mark, only to be kicked out by Laura. She pictured Owen, Susan, Laura, Taylor, and Leonard out shopping for everything. Owen picking the dresses from the pile Laura and Susan chose, Taylor dozing off whenever they paused, then being dragged along as the bag carrier, Leonard under the banner of helping, messing everything up, and earning Laura's glare. The walls wore soothing pastels. Soft, plush curtains framed the window, shadows playing gently on the floor. A comfortable bed with fluffy pillows and a warm, inviting quilt anchored the room, promising deep, safe sleep. Shelves displayed photographs. On the bedside table, a delicate vase of fresh flowers added a touch of living color. Mara felt it then, overwhelmed by the love poured into this place. The room held a family's warmth. In here, she didn't feel alone. Chapter 50. A chat with Laura. A small smile played on Mara's face as she looked around her room. She walked in and sank onto the bed, fingers splaying over the soft mattress, letting herself breathe. Then the smile slipped away. Was it too early to celebrate? Too early to believe she'd found her family? She thought. Why had she even strayed into the Lethe pack in the first place? Their love and care touched her deeply. No doubt about that. But it was too soon to fully digest this sudden affection. After Lucian, after all those years of hurt, the moment she thought she was loved, he broke her heart so badly she could barely breathe. What if they left her too? Questions gnawed at her. In the corners of her mind, why had she wandered into the Lethe pack as a child? If she was truly the Alpha's daughter, why had she never shown any special traits? Her strength was no more than an Omega's. She hadn't even been able to protect her own son. Mysteries lingered like fog, veiling her past. Too many questions, too few answers. And now, the sharp surge of wolf power inside her body. It shouldn't have been there, not after being quiet for so long. The sudden expansion left her rattled, pulling at the edges of who she was. Zoya, her wolf, had never fully awakened like others. She'd stayed dormant, silent. Only in the past few days, after these long 3 months, had Zoya made contact at all. Even then, the conversations were brief, vague, fading like static. Worse, Zoya felt unpredictable, her emotions spiking, slipping out of Mara's control. Oh God, what was happening to her? She needed answers. She had to uncover the truth about her past and her abilities, about why she had gone missing. Laura and Leonard had promised to explain everything when she was fully healthy. So much had happened in just a few days. She'd remembered her past, met her real parents, returned to the place she belonged. And now, she'd seen her ex-husband already preparing to announce his mate as Luna to the world. Without even finishing the mourning period, she sighed. When would this end? When would the ache stop? A knock sounded at the door. Mara pushed herself up, forcing a small smile. She opened it to find Laura standing there. Mom, she said softly, stepping aside to let her in. Are you done with dinner, Mom? Mara asked, sensing the quiet around her. Laura was usually expressive. That much Mara had learned. but now she stood still, eyes distant. Concern pricked at Mara's chest. She guided Laura to the bed and sat beside her. "Yeah, I had," Laura said in a small voice. "Mom, you're scaring me now. What's wrong?" Mara asked, worry tightening her throat. Sitting there beside her biological mother, Mara couldn't stop the churn of doubts inside her. It felt like Laura could hear them too, like her thoughts were echoing in the hush of the room. Laura leaned forward, voice low and gentle, soothing in the storm. "My love, I'm fine. I ate. Don't worry, I'm just concerned about you," she said, resting a warm palm on Mara's head. "Mom, what do you mean? I'm fine." Mara tried to protest. "I understand, dear. You don't need to lie," Laura murmured. "It's okay to say you're not okay." She held Mara's gaze. "The confusion, the bewilderment you're feeling right now, it's natural. A sudden change in family and identity. Questions you never imagined would appear. It's a lot." Mara looked at her, eyes raw. It was a relief. Simone saw the storm inside her, even if the answers still hid themselves. Laura's words wrapped around her like a blanket, a harbor in the tempest. "This is how I felt when I first married your dad," Laura said softly. "Everything was new, a new family. I had Leonard who made me feel at ease. With time, I became comfortable, and I know this isn't your in-laws' home, it's your maternal home. With time, your doubts and uncertainties will fade." Laura's voice stayed calm, steady. "Life throws us curveballs when we least expect them. It takes time to make sense of it all, to come to terms with the changes. There will be moments of doubt and uncertainty, Mara. Don't worry. Everything will be fine." Mara nodded slowly, letting her gaze drift around the room. Laura was right. It would take time to build understanding, to build trust and acceptance. She wasn't alone anymore. She had a family now, a family that understood and empathized with her. With Laura beside her, the tightness in her chest loosened just a little. "And it's okay," Laura added, firm and tender all at once. "We will protect you from Lucian if you don't want him, or any of them, to bother you.